Hello and welcome to another episode of the Progressive Queens, the show that discusses politics from a female progressive's point of view. I'm joined by my panelist, Kat and Mickey. Guys, say hello.
Hi.
And today we're going to talk about, of course, our second major topic at the second half. But I got to start it off with our favorite legislator of the week. It just keeps getting worse and worse for Matt Gaetz. Is this guy going to get in his head that he needs to resign, or is how much more is it that we're going to find out about this guy? This
He doesn't have a mind. The idiot publicly on Tucker Carlson said, I'm a generous person. There's nothing wrong with giving my friends plane rides and renting hotel rooms for them. He already admitted half of it. I mean, has anybody told him about Miranda? Like maybe shut your mouth, fool?
No, because he keeps telling on himself, and now apparently he's in this whole scandal where he's ran a third party sham candidate to get
Yep.
votes. I'm like, oh boy, you just won't quit.
And there's that ID theft.
I think
They have video of him and his buddy Joel Greenberg going. Joel Greenberg was a tax collector. They have video of them going into the tax collector's office on a weekend when it was shut down, and going through IDs.
the thing the thing is with Matt Gaetz is you're dealing with a person. This is what happens when you raise a child and give it absolutely no responsibilities and no results from any of their actions. As was pointed out previously, and he's admitted himself, my daddy will expunge anything. So
Yeah,
literally, he's never had a result from his actions. He's never been, if you want to use the word, when he was younger, disciplined or whatever.
Yep, I think Cat turned it in and out, but he he just if he isn't an example, and I don't like to use the term white privilege, but he's got to be the very, very definition of white privilege.
oh,
Because
Oh, yes.
Tracy, I'll tell you what. I'm white. You know what? He's the very definition of white privilege. How's that?
yeah, because I didn't want to. I'm like, I mean,
He's the poster child.
he the fact that some Republican women said, you know what, we want you to be our speaker, and then I guess his Melania Trump looking fiance came out with, what is wrong with these people? What is wrong with these people? It's like, what? You don't go to that person. You don't invite that person to your event. You say no. You can't come to our.
Hmm.
I'm just amazed at how I'm just like I'm literally running out of words to describe this whole situation.
Too many Republican women think like their men do. Men are allowed to do anything they want. Women must obey and be good little wifeys or girlfriends and do as they're told. And it doesn't matter what the man does. How can anybody want to be even in the same room with that sleaze? Even before this came out.
I mean, if his hair isn't enough to just drive me crazy, I'm like, dude, go away. No, and I don't want to get on personal appearance because that's not a way to judge anybody. But I'm like, you realize what he's accused of, right? And I believe in innocent until proven guilty. But this is just, I mean, he's got staffers resigning. He's accused of showing pictures to people. How worse can it get before people scratch their heads and say, you know what, I'm done with this guy?
Pictures of him and naked women having sex on the house floor.
On the house floor. That
On the house floor.
That's just amazing. And I love how Fox was like, you know what? We'll put pictures of Hunter Biden with him.
Yes,
He's not in politics. I don't care
exactly.
who he sleeps with. He doesn't hold elective office. Sure, his father's president, but he doesn't hold a cabinet position. He's not in an advisory role. I mean, yes, it was sickening, but I don't care. I literally
Mhm.
don't care. I mean, I don't
If
care about Matt Gates either, but he holds a public office.
I've been arguing with that people all week. They've been saying the same thing. But Hunter's laptop. And I said, okay, when Hunter is holding a public office or is in some position in the government, we'll discuss that. Meanwhile, let's get back to someone who does hold a position in the government.
Exactly. I'm like, he holds
Unbelievable.
a office. He's having intercourse in the Capitol building, not a Motel 6, not not one of Trump's places, in the house. Can I just say yuck? How many ways can I say yuck? Yuck, yuck. Are you serious? And the fact that one of these people he's sleeping with is 17.
Hmm.
That alone should just, everybody should just take their hands off this guy.
And
Everybody.
the ethics committee is investigating him. I mean, I have my doubts and my lack of trust with them, but they had over 6 different charges they're investigating him for.
And what are they going to do?
Well,
Yeah,
what did they do when they investigated themselves for insider trading?
we didn't do
They found
anything wrong.
they found themselves the same thing cops do when they investigate themselves for murdering black men. They find themselves innocent.
It's always, we're going to find ourselves innocent. Nothing happened here. Nowhere to look. And sure,
Although now a lot of Republicans, it's coming out that most of the Republicans can't stand him. Never could, even before this. So they're kind of not so much turning on him, but they're not backing him up.
yeah, and that's the thing that you have to look at is, and I don't want to just talk about the political fallout because there's a 17-year-old girl that's been trafficked from state to state. And we should
Yep.
really think about her and what she's going through. But the fact that, I mean, of course, he's not going to come out and say, yeah, I did everything they're accusing me of. He's going to deny that. That's an obvious.
Yeah.
But the fact that you have to put up all these other ruses, but look at this person, look at, no, I'm not looking at those people. I'm looking at him. I'm looking at how he's acting. I'm looking at him putting up fake candidates so that he can split the vote and then win. That's illegal. You cannot do that. He's accused of doing so many illegal things. I'm like, which one are they going to get him on first?
Exactly. Well, he was also pushing for his buddy Joel Greenberg, the one who has been indicted for sex trafficking, for paying prostitutes, for these cash transfers of money. He's been indicted. He was pushing for Joel Greenberg to run for office, to run for the House.
Rip. Oh my gosh, you've got to be joking.
The list just goes on and on and on.
I mean, that's, oh my good. Oh boy, I could say something on that, and I'm going to save it for the after show because I'm just like, I know why this is happening, but it still disgusts me. Because if this were a Democrat, think about what happened when Al Franken got accused. And the person that brought those charges, she said he didn't even do anything.
Yeah.
She was like, oh, he didn't, it was just stupid. But it
It was
wasn't.
It was part of a comedy act.
Yeah, it was part of a
basically.
comedy act. And they got him to resign, which I don't think he should have, but he resigned. Republicans are like, they don't care. Sleep with whatever little girl you want to sleep with, that's fine. It's like, what? Are you serious? What is wrong with your party when you think this is a good idea for you?
I have a list that I've been keeping, and I still haven't added Gates to it, of all the Republican. Actually, I had both parties when I started the list that have been accused of and or indicted for child molestation, sex trafficking, everything to do with children and sex. And it was like I was writing down as I was researching, 1 out of every 10 may have been a Democrat. And I'd come Republican, 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 Republican. QAnon was right. There is child sex trafficking, except they were accusing the wrong party. Where are they now? Why aren't they out there, since this was their basis of their whole platform? Why isn't Q out there condemning Matt Gaetz?
Because Q is doing the same. Well, I'll leave that right where it is, because they're one short of a complete sentence anyway. It's, oh my gosh, I'm just like, are you this? And it seems like his voters, I don't know what his support is. Is he highly supported in his area? I mean,
it's Florida.
But you would think Floridians have got to be like, dude, go ahead, resign. Just go ahead.
I think with Florida, they haven't been able to make their own choices for a while. From what I'm seeing, like they've just got some of the changes in their voting laws. And I think what you're seeing again and again is the Republicans are getting elected, but it's completely unfair elections. They are lying, they're cheating, they're doing whatever they can. And they've been doing that in Florida for a long time and been getting away with it. And the thing is, the continuous lies, i.e. to the Latino community. Oh, we're family values. We believe it. We're Christians and all this. This group of people, the Republican and the GOP, have to be some of the furthest away from a Christian thought or feeling that I've ever seen. It's just this lack of empathy, this lack of caring. And I really question, because when you look at the voting and you talk to people, there really isn't support for people like Matt Gaetz. Really a poster child that gets put on a ballot, sponsored by whatever corporation or Republican money donor it is, and nobody really cares who he is, what he's done, what he's accomplished. Has he volunteered? Is he community spirited? Like, it seems that we keep electing people just because they're poster children.
Exactly.
Like right now we're hearing that Caitlyn Jenner is coming up. Oh, she could be the new governor of California. Okay, Olympic athlete, reality TV star. What has she done for the public with all of her actions and all of her money previously?
Well,
has she volunteered?
Arnold Schwarzenegger got elected to be governor.
Ronald Reagan got to be president.
Like, Ronald Reagan.
Electing. Well, Al Franken actually has some mind and was politically active and volunteered within his community. And while he was doing his previous job as a comedian, utilized his name to help bring attention to the military, i.e. it turned out bad for him because it was one of those USO tours that he got in trouble on. But the point is, he took his words into action. And that's the thing is with these Republicans, like, you're voting for people who really have not accomplished anything for the public or done anything for the public. You know, it's, you know, this is, I guess, where I always put Jimmy Carter up to the bar for somebody who actually was elected that cares for people and has continued to do so. Other people, I really don't see it. And it is constant. People are being elected because they look good on a poster, or they look good on TV, or their rating. That's what brought Trump into the world.
Yeah, because I was like, please don't say that he looks good on camera, because it's ratings for him. Because I'm like, there's no woman alive that says, you know what? All that orange going, no.
Ooh, Trump, you mean?
Yeah.
No.
Well, you said, look.
Yeah, but it's part of the reality TV show, because that's the thing is, people are attracted for various things. And one of Trump's attractions, from what I could see, because I never really watched The Apprentice, not being a cable TV watcher, but the bits and part, like he was forcing, I'm the strong male businessman who knows so much, when here he's an incompetent child man who, let's be honest, inherited hundreds of millions of dollars and didn't even have the ability to keep hold of that. He had to go running to Papa for, what was it, 5 or 6 million, Mickey, for keep a casino running.
It was a number of times.
Yeah, he's a consistent loser that has only benefited off, and let's be honest, his grandmother's initial investments. Because you got to remember, the Trump money started with the woman, and then what became his dad, and that's when they went into the really corrupt part of the world.
Here comes a confessional. I did watch The Apprentice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I know. I watched it. Audience, forgive me. I didn't know. I just didn't know. But I watched it. It didn't come on cable. It came on NBC.
Oh.
First, my favorite season was the Omarosa season. That was my favorite one. And he wasn't in the show a lot. If you get what I'm saying. He would just appear, give them their challenges, and then like do a check-in. And they'd be
Well,
like,
did he have diaper issues while he was filming the show? From what I've heard, that
that
he was
racism.
Allegedly had to take poo-poo breaks.
Yeah, he wasn't in the show
for messy
that
cats
much, and he would just like make comments, and then he'd do that tagline, "You're fired." But he wasn't in the show as much, so you were really watching it for the contestants fighting with each other. So yes,
But
unfortunately,
it's still,
I did watch The
it
Apprentice.
still comes down to the people. Nobody wants to even bother to research who's
Yeah.
running for office. People
Nope.
talk about his 6 bankruptcies. He's had over 20 other failed businesses that most people don't even know.
Trump
Never mind,
Airlines.
aside from his airlines, his steaks, his Trump vodka because he was going to sell it to the Russians.
Trump
I
University.
mean,
Like, you're going to sell vodka to the Russians. Isn't
Yes.
that kind of like trying to sell snow to people who live in Antarctica?
Coles,
Like,
Newcastle.
really?
Yeah. I mean, he's had over 20 failed businesses. People don't even know that. They're shocked to this day when I say that.
Mm-hmm.
How can you not? I get the same thing with Cuomo. No, don't believe the women. There's only 8 or 9 of them. And I said, please do me a favor. Research back 30 or 40 years. Research just as far back as his father was governor, and the complaints were coming in, and he hid behind his father's office.
But I think
Look,
sorry to interrupt, Nikki, but the thing is with Gates is he was really apparently he had approached the administration about a blanket pardon. Who
Yeah.
does that if they're innocent? Pardon, from what I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, a pardon is when you're convicted of doing something wrong, and then the president says, "Okay, we'll just wipe that clean." Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so you go to the president and ask him for a blanket pardon. You've done something. Now, of course, he's
And
saying,
you don't even want to admit what it is to get a pardon.
no, a
Yeah.
blanket. A blanket just
Yeah, a
covers
blanket.
everything. Not just one thing, it covers everything. And I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, you're out here asking for and apparently Trump was considering doing it. And now he's not, he hasn't publicly defended Gates. He hasn't came out and said he thinks that this is BS. He hasn't done anything. And now I'm wondering, okay, Gates, shouldn't that be included you?
I'm surprised because, again, just my thoughts, no proof of this, but I'm sure that Gates is involved with Epstein's dealings too. There's no
Well,
doubt in my mind.
the thing is, Mike and I, when we were looking at Gates this week, my hubby and I, right? One of the things that we said is Gates and his buddy and DeSantos, they're Epstein lower level. They want to be included. They wanted to be included in the Epstein group, but they just didn't have the money and the prestige and whatever to be completely jet-setting pedophiles. Because literally that's what these people are. We're talking princes, we're talking financial, monies. These guys they want to be included, but they can't be. So what do? They go on sugardaddy.com and they buy themselves some girls.
Have you seen that man, I think his name is Pizzolo, something like that, who was pretty much the head of the prostitution ring?
Mm-hmm.
We have video of Trump getting off his private plane, shaking hands with Pizzolo. There isn't a big crowd around, just a few people. he's shaking hands with Matt Gaetz and Joel Greenberg's basically pimp. He's
Yeah.
shaking hands with him.
Yeah.
And that's, I always say, it's, I don't know how much more he can take because, I mean, you've got, like I said, I did pretty much an overview. You've got trying to ship, sex trafficking, running fake candidates. How high is this going to go? Is Trump keeping silent because Trump is involved in this? And is DeSantis involved? Who all is involved in this? And now there's word that Greenberg is about to just, well, I don't want to say sip the tea, but sip the tea basically and start talking.
Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
If that happens, Gates just be like, you know what? I'm resigning.
You know what? The arrogance that these guys have, and like I said, like we discussed at the beginning, the white privilege. Even if he flips, Greenberg flips, and it sounds by what his lawyer said that's what he's going to do to avoid all of his other charges. It doesn't seem to make a difference. That's like this whole Q and this whole mentality, and it's boys will be boys, and this lack of comprehension. This was a 17-year-old girl. This wasn't a woman. This was a girl. And the thing is, that is the only one that we actually know about emphatically. And let's be honest, where there's smoke, there's fire. So you can be darn sure there's a lot more girls and possibly a lot younger because they've already padded it with the excuse, well, oh, she looked older than she was. Like there's this whole mentality. Look at Roy Moore. He was trolling malls for teeny boppers. And what? He ran for re-election again. It's not like anything happened to him. And it's like, we said like they freaked out on this BS with the Pizzagate with Hillary, but you have obvious investigations, you have photographs, you have absolutely everything. And like was said, where are the Republican voters not screaming? Where are the Q people not yelling pedophile?
But and he's paying for prostitutes, which, yes, I believe sex workers shouldn't be against the law. But the point is, right now it is against the law. It's illegal. And he did it on Venmo and Cash App. He didn't even try to hide it.
He made it public. I'm like, wait a minute, you dumb dummy. You made this public. Do you know there's a little button that you can say private? And nobody would know. It's like he's saying, I have this problem. Please catch me. Please. I have a problem.
It's like
I think it's arrogance. I don't think they care. He literally sat in the congressional meetings and showed his pictures to his colleagues. Now, why didn't somebody, when he was showing the pictures to the colleagues, look what happened to Katie Hill. Why wasn't one of the Republicans jumping up and going, hey, you're disgusting, and then bringing it up at the next Republican
That's what I want to know, too, because
where are they? Crickets.
If you're showing me a picture of you sleeping with, I don't even care if you were married to her, yuck. I don't want to see that. There's some things that should be private. Let's just say that was his own fiance or wife or girlfriend. Okay, I'm still saying something. You don't show me pictures of that. And now you're saying underage girls. Oh, forget a congressional. I'm calling the FBI. It's like, hey, this dude just showed me a picture of him sleeping with a 17-year-old. 17.
And now it's like Kat said earlier. It's like Kat said earlier. Daddy has always gotten him out of trouble, so that it's not even in his mind to click private instead of public because he's never gotten in trouble. I mean, get a DWI and Daddy will buy you out of it. No problem. So that's his mindset.
And you know what makes me the sickest of this is the evangelicals are silent. I'm like, okay, where are you at now? Yeah. Where are you at right now? He ran as an evangelical, and last time I checked, sex outside of marriage was discouraged. Last time I checked, I don't know, this is how I was raised. And I'm like, okay, you gonna say something? You gonna say something?
Yeah, nope. Exactly. Crickets. And this is the part that drives me crazy. Like we still have, and this is the part, like, because as you're watching it evolve, like what was it? The last 48 hours, they showed Hunter Biden pictures on the news.
Who
Mhm.
cares?
Right. They showed Hunter Biden and his sexual. Number one, he didn't release and show those publicly.
Nope.
Somebody else took it, they stole it from him, and they released it. That I disagree with. Right? Whatever he did or didn't do is irrelevant to the fact that what was shown was stolen. It wasn't
Exactly.
like he released it. Where meanwhile, Gates was walking around like, hey, like here's a selfie of me having sex with underage girls, and nobody reacted. But yet we're supposed to be offended by a person that had a
Right.
problem, is working actively to correct it, has literally gone into rehab, condemns his addiction, knows how harmful it is. And I'm not saying Hunter Biden, yay, waving a flag, but there is a person that recognizes that he has a mental health issue regarding addiction and is dealing with it. Gates is still doing lines and dropping, what was it, ecstasy and mollies or whatever with his underage girls. He has no intention of changing. He hasn't seen any consequences. And this is the result. And the thing is, by keep electing these dynastic situations, i.e., the father and then the son or the daughter, like the Cheneys, like the Comos, like the Gateses, and now they want to, of course, they want to do the Trump dynasty. You are electing people, you are setting up monarchy situations. These people haven't done anything, they haven't gone forward in life. Let's be honest, when are we going to see Meghan McCain on the next ballot? What has she accomplished besides being a talking head on a TV show? But what do you want to bet? The McCain, somehow the GOP will fly her out there as, that's what I mean, is we have to elect people that really show they care. Like we have a Paul Manley here, who's our MP. This man and our mayor, Leonard Krogh in Nanaimo, he was out on the front lines. He was protesting with us for the pipeline. Paul, he's actively involved in the food sharing. He's actively involved in Lowe's, like all these things to help people out. Even like bit last week, he did a poverty challenge and he lived with the income available to him through the governmental services to show that it's almost impossible to live a fulfilling good life with the amount of money that's being given to you by the government, to help these homeless people. This is somebody that's actively trying to better the world for everyone. It's the same, it's the same as much as I step away from any type of religious views. Pope Francis, I don't know. He's on a win-win situation with me. Every action he's taken thus far is to try and correct previous wrongdoing and also bring the church into being more encompassing. I will never forget when he first was, smoked in. I can't remember the word. What did he do? He went out and was giving out money to the poor around the Vatican. And then the bishop who was in charge, or the cardinal, got all upset and said, you shouldn't be doing that. That's my job. And the Pope's response was, well, I guess it needed to be done. I saw that it still needed to be done. So really, what kind of a good job are you doing? That's the thing, is we need to elect people that care. We need to elect Bernie. We need to elect Nina. Or you guys need to. I need to elect but yeah, I seriously, I want Nina to win so bad, because you know what? If Nina was in Congress, you want to say she would be calling those evangelicals out. Being a strong Christian woman like she is, she would be asking them and have the validity to ask them, because she truly is who she is, to say to them, why aren't we calling this out? I'm going to call it out and, recite the Psalms to them, tell them why they should be doing it. That's what we need, is a full out call out. Enough of this pussyfooting.
Yeah, it's like, there are so many parts to this story that are they just befuddle me. I'm like, okay, I'm not stupid. I'm not Albert Einstein by no stretch of the imagination. But this whole Matt Gaetz thing, it just reeks of hypocrisy. And it just points out how hypocritical the Republican I mean, I knew they were hypocrites. Like, I knew it, but this just proves my whole point about them. if Matt Gaetz were Democrat, he wouldn't. As much as I dislike the Democrat Party, and I really, really dislike the Democrat Party, somebody Democrat would have told him publicly on the press conference and said he needs to resign. They're just
Yep.
like,
Well, look, Jim Jordan came out and supported him. Jim
Oh,
Jordan,
look the other
of
way,
all
Jordan.
people. Yep.
Jordan,
And
if Jordan's doing true to thing, would be selling tickets.
he should be under indictment himself right now.
he really
Yep.
should. And of course, our least favorite congressman from Georgia, she came out in support. I'm like, hey, wait a minute, QAnon lady, aren't you supposed to be against child pedophilia?
Oh, wait a minute. If you're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene,
Yes.
she did say she backed him, but then she backtracked. She deleted every one of her social media posts that supported Gates,
Yeah.
which cracks me up because I and a whole lot of other people already copied and saved a bunch of them.
Yeah, because
And anytime it comes up, I post it.
Now she's conveniently deleted them.
Yeah.
Whatever.
These people, Gates with his cash apps. I mean, don't these people realize that the web is forever? That
Yep.
people can copy and save.
And screenshot.
I mean, come on, I've got the tweet where she says she backs Matt Gaetz, and I've been posting it everywhere since she's been deleting them, and other people have been saving other ones. These right wingers don't seem to grasp that the web is forever.
It's
It's
indelible. It's archived. It is. There's
Yeah.
data sitting everywhere.
yeah.
Mhm.
It's
It's just like I said, it just befuddles me. I'm like, I'm not smart, but come on, this is crazy. So I'm thinking more things are going to come out, but I did want to move on to the next topic, and this one is a little bit strange to me because this one came out of nowhere. So all the progressives here, so we can talk amongst ourselves, and anybody that wants to join in can join in the comment section. I'm looking at my phone because I want to get her name right. So, and this is only on conservative news that this is making. So you two may have not heard about this, but I did, and I wanted to throw something at my television set. Apparently, the Justice Democrats have launched their support of Odessa Court. Let me get her name right. Odessa Kelly. And someone has filed through her Twitter accounts and have promulgated posts that she talked about blowing up Mar-a-Lago, doing things to Trump. And now there's a whole big, I can't believe she did that. Why are the Justice Democrats supporting someone like this? And again, I don't know why I even watched this story on Fox, but I did. I can't believe.
Tell me, I'm not familiar with it. Tell me what's going on.
Okay, so you know that the Justice Democrats are supporting Odessa Kelly.
Yeah, what happened?
Okay. So
that's all I know.
Yep. So apparently Odessa Kelly tweeted some things about blowing up Mar-a-Lago, and tweets where she allegedly came out and said something should be done to Trump, not about Trump, but to Trump. And so now Fox is like, well, she threatened the president harm. How can you all support her and do X, Y, Z, blah, 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 blah. That's the whole controversy that's going on.
Okay.
So this is one of those ones where they're pointing to A to divert you from B, in my opinion. Now, she hasn't made any comments about this, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know whether it was on Fox, but I don't know whether this is coming from the Democrat that she's running against. I don't know if it's coming from his camp or is it coming from the Fox camp.
I wouldn't trust anything that's up against the progressives right now. I wouldn't trust the Democrats not to be feeding the Republican incumbent or the Republican challengers. I don't know where the election's sitting for her, but I wouldn't trust anybody. They don't want the progressives to get power. As the progressives has changed, our liberal government this week at their conference is literally UBI is one of their main focuses. the left, we are getting, the thing is, as we get the words out there and we get the information out there, a change could possibly start to happen. And so this is exactly what everyone was saying. We need to get out there. We need down ballots. We need ballots everywhere, whether it's governors, mayors, everywhere. We need to get the progressives, and this is what's happening. So I personally wouldn't trust that it wasn't the Democrats themselves that are coming back, because, hey, the corporate overlords don't want the progressives elected. Let's be honest. They've been writing checks for a long time.
DNC, the DCC, Nancy Pelosi, again, we've talked about this. They all backed every single challenger to an incumbent, even after Nancy Pelosi said, no, you cannot challenge an incumbent. They backed them with money. They backed them with television ads. They backed them with endorsements. They get other people to endorse them. We can't trust the Democratic Party.
No, and look at how they blacklisted the PR companies, any of the PR companies and any of the companies that they hire to do their election publicity. What did the Democrats do? When the progressives were starting to challenge, like AOC, like Jamal, all of them, they produced a blacklist and said anybody who challenges any of the incumbents, and then they had to backtrack because that got out publicly. That's the thing is, their dirty laundry has been aired. And the thing is, to think that they're doing anything differently from what they did before. No, they're paid not to. Who do you think pays for that ice cream in Sub-Zero? Corporate America.
But here's my question, and now I got to ask it. Why do the progressives in Congress keep voting Pelosi as Speaker then? We know who she is. We know what she does.
Okay, then if you're sitting in a position where you can actually put someone forward as Speaker that is better than Pelosi and get a win, then it would be different. But right now, you got, how many progressives are there in Congress compared to the non-progressives?
Yeah,
even the ones that, and how many people masqueraded, and we'll talk about little, ooh, I'm so cute voting no, as a great example, who masqueraded as a progressive. And that's the thing is, and that's another thing we're going to have to watch for as progressives, is people that masquerade as it gets more popular, because we already see the Republicans using all the progressive catchphrases, i.e. this whole populism bizarreness that they try and push forward, that we're the people, party for the people. They're going to keep doing this, and you're going to see more and more people, I believe, coming out as progressive that really aren't. They're just commercials. They know this will get them elected, but this is like they don't have the receipts.
But
it's like Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin says he's a Democrat. He's a Republican in Democrat clothes. The same thing with the Progressive Caucus. There's a lot of them in there that are not progressives, but they proclaim themselves to be, and then they're planted in there so that they can deter any progressive movement.
But I heard this on another podcast, and I thought, that's an interesting point. Why don't progressives call out those Democrats by name instead of just saying, oh, they take corporate money? No, call their name. Say this person took money from this lobbying group, and that's why you don't have $2,000 in your pocket.
The thing is, it's not up to the progressives. The fear is the infighting that we've seen previously in the Democrats has only benefited the Republicans. The people that need to be calling this out are the news media, are the journalists. But the thing is, because like for the last 3 decades, we haven't had any honest news media coming out at all. And the thing is, the journalists that are doing their jobs, that are actually speaking the truth and telling the information, perfect, sad example, still brings tears to my eyes, is Jamal Khashoggi. He was telling the truth. He was showing what was going on in Saudi. He was letting people be aware. But that didn't work out good so much for the American war complex. So, and for, BSM, or his name. And so what happened? He was murdered, executed, butchered. And the thing is, what's happening is the true journalists, the ones who are trying to get the stories out there, are being muzzled by, oh, we can't do this because of legal. We can't do this because of legal. The thing is, alleged is a wonderful word. They could use it, but they don't. And the thing is, if
Even
it's not obvious that they can use it, look at all the lies that went out about the election. And, it's only now we're
even
starting to see legal.
independent journalists like Greg
Yep.
Palast,
Yep.
they don't get the airtime. They
Nope.
they investigate, they get the proof,
Yep.
they put it out there, and mainstream media won't pick it up.
Ignores it. Exactly. That's my point. And I agree. See, I agree with what you're saying, Kat, but then I slightly disagree. Yes, it's up to the media to bring out these people that are taking corporate donations, but they're the corporate donations that the politicians are taking it from. If you get what I'm saying. So they're not, MSNBC isn't going to say, I don't know, I'm trying to think, Joe Biden took XYZ from the healthcare industry. They're not going to do that.
And why not? Why not? That is their job.
Because think about it. If you watch MSNBC, like I do sometimes, half of the commercials are about healthcare. It's either buy something, and they're like, well, we can't lose that money. They're paying us millions of dollars a year for those seconds.
I watched TV at my sister's this week. I stopped by for an hour to visit with her because she's in my bubble. And she was watching TV, and I could not, because I don't watch it, right? I could not, every commercial break out of, say, the 4 commercials was all pharmaceutical.
Yes, that's another one.
I like, see, and the thing is, like, some of the diseases, I'm listening to them and going, I've never heard of that disease. I'm going to have to look it up. That's after 40 years in the healthcare field. I'm going, what the dickens are they talking about? Oh my God, it's just this. Why would you take the amount of money that it is essentially purchasing all of the governments is absolutely, like, when you're watching it, it's so obvious.
And
It's
then,
so
at some
obvious.
level, I say this all the time, at some level, the electorate, the voters, we have to take responsibility. Every person who I know who votes knows that politicians take corporate money. There's no way that nobody knows this, but it's either accepted. It's like, oh, well, you got to play the game. Well, no, you don't. There's plenty of politicians that have raised millions on small donor contributions. Nina Turner just raised what, 2.3 million, or is it 3.2 million? One of those millions.
And she needs more.
Absolutely.
She's got to be working on becoming president. That's but that's the thing is that they all lie. They all lie to keep. That's the thing is the Democratic war machine, and this is like one of the things that all of us have said. Talisha, Tracy, Mickey, myself, is do not donate to the DNC. It was Mickey who taught me that, because I can't do any donations, but she explained to me how it works. No, you donate exactly to the candidate you want elected. Because if it goes to the DNC, your money is basically sitting alongside the pharmaceutical companies, the weapons manufacturers, everything.
Don't leave out the DCCC, DCCC, them too. Don't donate to them either.
I mean, they're the party that told people we'll pick whoever we want to win the primary. Doesn't matter, doesn't matter who you vote for. Who cares what you want? Who? We want this person.
The DNC swore under oath in court that they can pick whoever they want. They said we don't have to listen to the people. We're a private company. People aren't aware that the day before, if they wanted to, the day before election, they could kick out the nominee and put in whoever they wanted, and that's legal.
Yep,
absolutely, it's legal. But good luck telling that to the common person.
But this is where the media needs to start taking, and this is where, like, really need to support independent media. People like Democracy Now!, TYT, in Canada, the Surfs TV. We have a lot of progressive coming out. And this is the thing is, because of the fact that people are turning away from the mass media, right? And looking more and more, that's one of the things that's happened, of course, with this horrible pandemic, or as I like to call it, the Trump plague still. And is people are looking to their computer for more information. How many times have, ourselves or other people said, I didn't know they could do that? Like just what Mickey said. I didn't know that they could throw out somebody that we've nominated and we've supported right up into the day of election. People need to be informed. The thing is, what was it George Carlin said? And how many
Mhm.
other people have said, you don't pay to educate somebody to destroy. And the thing is, they want a dumb public. They don't want people knowing civics. They
And
don't
the
want
sad
people
thing is,
knowing what is important for an elected official.
people don't want to know.
That's
People
my
don't
part.
want to learn. How many times have all of us gotten into these arguments with
Yes.
people and told them about this, and they deny it? They deny the DNC rigged the 16 primaries. I say there was a court case. Get online, look it up, read what the DNC claimed in court, and they still won't believe it.
Mickey, I'm 100%.
Best line I heard this week, Helen Hong, go fact yourself.
I saw that.
That's the name of her show, Go Fact Yourself.
Uh-huh.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
thought that was perfect.
I'm 100% behind what Mickey just said. Good luck educating the general, I'm talking general public, not like the political nerds like me that I just eat politics all the time. So it's second nature for me. Good luck with that, because people, they'll see the facts right there in their face, right there. They'll know that candidate means them no good, but they'll vote for that person because they're less evil than that person. And I'm like, are you serious? Your people will vote against their own best interests. They will cut their nose to spite their face. And it's like, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. This makes no sense.
And just as bad, I love AOC. I love all of the squad and the up and coming ones. I fell in love with AOC the very first time she introduced herself on TYT. And she's done a lot of good stuff. But you know something? In my opinion, she's also screwed up. She's human. She's going to do stuff I don't like and I don't want. But we're not allowed to criticize her. People go crazy if you say she should not have done this. People go crazy. Some people are no different than Trump's cult. If it's my side, you can't criticize them. Can't do anything wrong. Wake up, people.
It's the type of criticism that we're talking about. When it's something that says, you shouldn't have done this, you can do this. The problem is with people that, that whole force the vote thing, we're criticizing them for not doing it, but you don't have an alternative to offer. If you criticize me and say, Tracy, you should have done, you were wrong in doing this, but you never tell me what I should have done instead. Why are you criticizing me in the first place? So I don't have a problem with criticizing politicians, but when you make that critical assessment, you have to offer something else that they can do.
Given the position they're in and given the stance they've taken, shouldn't have the Justice Democrats already know what they should do?
They should have. I agree. I absolutely agree.
The thing is, when you're looking at what we also have to remember is we don't have all the background facts into regards why decisions were made, but there's a definitive point of knowing that there isn't that much of a difference when you're talking on the bigger picture of how like I'm sure there are probably some good Republicans. I don't know them. I haven't seen them personally, but I'm sure there are. And the thing is, what makes these other politicians like the Justice Democrats, the good Republicans, if they are out there, they need to show their heads. Why do they say nothing? Why do they, like the question you brought up, why is this, essentially this club, this secret club, and nobody wants to call out their other members? I understand that makes you a person that could be ostracized within that group. We saw that with Bernie. But it's a point of, Call them out. Let it go public. Let the chips fall. But the thing is, everyone is like, the Democrats seem terrified if we call out ourselves or our bad members, and they do it in a really, like, the way that they let Al Franken go down. It just kind of, walk me through this, because what Al Franken did and what Matt Gaetz did are worlds apart.
Worlds apart,
Mhm.
not even the same thing.
Worlds apart.
The
Like,
lady,
one is one, and
we were just discussing that when you were having when we were having the technical difficulties. The lady that was involved in the Al Franken situation said, "Hey, this is a comedy act. This doesn't offend me. He never sexually harassed me. He didn't make any inappropriate comments. Yes, he made those hands and put them in front of her breast, which was stupid. That was just stupid. But it was a part of the act. This whole Matt Gaetz thing is, he's accused of sleeping with a 17-year-old. There's no coming back. Well, she looked older, or she lied about her age, or she got a fake. I don't want to hear any of that. She was 17 when he did it. 17. But the Republicans do something that the Democrats don't. They stick together. I don't care if it's
yeah,
I don't care I don't care if it was Newt Gingrich leaving his wife on her deathbed for his current wife. I don't care if it was George W. Bush lying about weapons of mass destruction. I don't care if it's Marjorie Taylor Greene saying that, carrying a gun, saying that we should go shoot Nancy Pelosi. They know how to stick together.
And it's wrong.
They know.
It's wrong. We call them out for it. We say it's wrong. We say it's a cult. And yet our side, some on our side, do the same thing.
Exactly. Do you know the fever pitch? If you criticize Joe Biden, what you're gonna get? You are.
I don't know. I get it 20 times a day.
and we can even use that to transition to our foreign policy discussion, because let's be honest, Biden's foreign policy is pretty much no different from Trump's,
or no different from Obama's, or no different from
decades. And we aren't allowed to criticize that. People are dying in Yemen. People are dying and crickets, nothing has changed. And that's
people, yeah, but the problem again with our side refusing to criticize. If Biden takes a half measure, people on our side are singing, hallelujah, look what he did. He condemned Saudi Arabia attacking Yemen, but he left.
Did he do anything about it?
He left the door open for them.
Yeah.
He said they are allowed to fight back in self-defense. Well, when you are an invading force, you go into someone else's country, you're going to get attacked. Well, now I can attack back because it's self-defense. He left the door wide open on that.
I think we're
all 222, is it, Mickey? Out of the 246 years that the U.S. has existed, it's been involved in wars.
Exactly. I mean, we love wars. I mean, we might as well just say we love wars. But I wanted to, before we go to our normal break, I wanted to move on to some not pleasant news before we get into our main topic is the unionization in Bessemer, Alabama. That's I wanted to cry so bad. I was like, oh, they were so close. And they're saying they're not going to give up. But
I didn't want to cry. I went into a rage, an absolute rage. When you see all the things Amazon did, most of which were illegal, just absolutely put me in a rage. And I'm hoping they're going to challenge it and they're going to bring it to court. And I so hope they do, because even the people who voted it down, if they did it because they were terrified.
Yep. You have the workers scared to fight back. You have workers all over the world now, especially in Western countries. We see it in England, we see it in Canada, and we see it in the US. In the last 30 years, they have totally changed the collective bargaining and the collective group thinking that used to be help with unions so they could actually take on these corporations. They have convinced the workers that it doesn't work. It doesn't work. You'll lose your jobs, and you don't want to get involved with that. And it's a fear tactic that corporate America, corporate Canada, corporate UK have fed the workers, right down to Don't tell your colleague what you make for a living. I found that was one of the interesting things, because I remember when I encountered this and I went, why wouldn't you exchange that information? Because it could be to your benefit or disadvantage. But the thing is, why wouldn't you exchange information with your fellow employees?
That's because they're paying their male employees more than their female employees for the exact same job.
Well, one good example that we had here is when we amalgamated into one health authority, right? And the way our island is, the capital of British Columbia is on Vancouver Island, but it's in the south. What we found out when we amalgamated the health authority, it really worked for their advantage for us not to talk to our colleagues in the south, because I'm in the center and there's northern hospitals as well, because that's when we found out they were getting paid thousands of dollars more a year to do the exact same job we did. In fact, in some cases of less involvement, i.e. less impact. And where, like, for example, myself and 3 women, we were in charge of 5 different hospitals. You have 5 people in charge of 1 hospital. One example, I was building an IT system here on the island, and it was one of the first that was happening. It was the profile system. I went back east. These people attended a lecture and a discussion I was giving about it. And I found out the job that I was doing by myself with 2 analysts, they had 5 administrators working on and 6 analysts. It was just, and the thing is, they don't want you talking. Why? Because then you're going to get par. Then you're going to get real. And this is one of the things the unions identified, decades ago in the 20s and 30s, is why is this one males getting paid more than females, adults and children getting paid less than children? All of these things were identified. And then they went, oh, okay, how do we make sure that doesn't happen again? Is everyone goes secret. Oh, you're getting paid $20,000 a year. I'm paying this one $25,000 a year for no difference, I guess, because they're a better ass kisser or whatever. Oh, sorry for the word. But that's the thing is, it was all, the unions stopped that. The unions didn't allow for that. And that's the thing is, we have become convinced that we have to keep our little dollars. Shh, don't let anybody know how much you get. Why?
Why? Exactly.
Don't you want them to have the same and be in as good as position? No, it's this whole me. Because if you tell them what you're getting, you could lose what you have.
And that's where I just did. I'm like, how, if the workers really didn't want a union, which I think they really did. They had to be intimidated. There's no way that you could work for a company that says, you know what, you're going to release yourself in this bottle. You're going to use a bag to release yourself. And we're just going to pay you this little measly wage to do it.
Well, look at what Amazon did. They, besides all the intimidation and the threats and making them attend hour-long meetings where they pounded it into them, Amazon approached the United States Postal Service and said, can you put a mailbox in the factory or in the warehouse? And the post office said, we can't do that. That's not legal. So can you put one right outside the door? And they did. It just so happened when those votes were counted, more than 20% of the no votes came from that mailbox that only Amazon had the key to.
Yeah.
And who was counting those? But see, that's just so many questions. Like, who was counting the ballots? Who? Because I just can't imagine. I can't imagine a worker that would say no to a union. And I've heard every bad thing about unions. Trust me, they take money. They're too political. They don't work for the people who they're supposed to work for. I've heard every bad thing about unions.
Those are all started by the corporations.
Exactly.
They started feeding that crap to the public years ago. Because why? Because unions were working. Unions, we actually had proper people getting paid proper wages. And if you're wondering why people vote no, it's fear. They're scared. You're talking people that got jobs from Amazon that have probably been unemployed or let go from under other retailers. You got to remember, Sears closed down, Simpson Sears. In Canada, we're seeing major retailers go down, Sears, and now the Bay, which is literally Canada was founded on Hudson Bay. We're seeing them go down. These people are all out of jobs. So, if your job is threatened in feeding your family and you've got this, it's amazing what people will do just to feed their family and stay safe. And the thing is, that's what Amazon and these corporations have done. They've made people in fear of their jobs, and it's been pushed. And what people have to realize is, you know what? If you this is the part that they just don't want a major strike happening, because they really don't. Because if a major strike does happen, and the reality is, guess what? These corporations won't function without the people. And that's the people have to remember that they are what packs those boxes, runs that process line, turns on the machines, all of those things. And the thing is, the corporations have convinced them it doesn't matter. And those are the same corporations that are paying share dividends to all the profits. They literally, they don't even have to make a profit now, because the government will subsidize them, and they'll still pay money to the shareholders. And they don't do anything for the workers, and they have it for over 20 and 30 years. And that's across the board.
And don't forget, their warehouses have steadily had 100% turnover in workforce.
100%.
So you turn to your right, and the person who's working there yesterday is gone.
Yeah.
What are you thinking? I might be next, and I have to feed my kids. 100% turnover.
Yeah. Well, and you think of those poultry farm workers, or those poultry where they butcher those meat processing plants for beef, pork, and chicken. Do you think those people are getting what they want? No. But the thing is, they're scared. People are scared. When you think about it, I know I go past, and when I see the homeless in Camden, I always go there, but for the grace of God go I. So I always make sure, donate, do everything I can to help, because you know what, that could just as easily have been me, my family members, everything. And that's the thing is, with me, it empowers me to go, we've got to change. But for a lot of people, that would be, if I don't keep this job, if I tell my boss, I can't pee in a bottle, or I refuse to defecate in a bag, there goes my job. Where's the next job coming? Because you can be darn sure Amazon isn't giving good references or even bothering. So people are scared. People, there is no safety. The safety nets are gone, and people they've been convinced that this is the way it has to be. This is the same thing they did in the 19s and the 20s, before all the unions. They convinced people, you have to do this work, you have to do this. And people went along with it. It took, fires in factories, people dying before they started to fight back as a unified force. And that's what has to happen again. We need general strikes. We need the situation changed.
Yeah, exactly. Because I don't know how successful the court cases are going to be. Because then if they take it to court, are they going to win? Probably won't. I don't even think 100% of the staff has to strike. I think 5% would take them down. 5% of the staff saying, you know what, we're tired. Maybe 10. I want to say 5, because 10 would be good enough. Because I don't, is the average person going to stop ordering from Amazon? Probably not.
But it's the same.
I haven't ordered from them in
Amazon
at least 2 years.
Yeah, I haven't ordered from Amazon, but that's just me. I mean, think about it. One of our favorite shows, they have an Amazon Prime special. I'm like, well, aren't you giving money to the company that you're protesting about?
No, actually, I hate it, to be honest. But what's happening is people that are already subscribed to Prime, because they are also now doing Twitch, Prime is giving money to TYT.
Yeah, but
I know I don't like it.
Yeah, I'm
but
like, that's kind of silly outy-ish to me.
It's
Go ahead.
Oh, I just see it as the last 30 years. It's this whole trickle down economics and this bill of goods they've been selling people to get them to abandon things. And the thing is, you know what? If the unions are corrupt, who corrupted them? Who was paying the unions to take the deals? Who are the union leaders that were being bought and making bad decisions? I don't think it was their fellow workers that were doing that. I think it was the corporations. Isn't it interesting that we blame the unions for an illegal action taken by the corporations?
Exactly.
I just find it, okay, and because this is an argument I had with a family member last year when I was back or 2 years ago when I was back in Winnipeg, and he had gone completely away from unions, and I said, well, why? And he goes, they're all corrupt, nobody's, and I said, then get involved, be the uncorrupt person, find somebody who isn't. I said this acquiescence that we have that nothing can change, nothing, this is the way it has to be, is completely a fallacy that has been fed to us by these corporations that we can't fight back. Damn it, we can fight back. We can stop, we can, blacklist them regarding purchases. We can strike against them. We have the power. That's the thing, is people have to hold their power and help. And the thing is, the more powerful you are is by how much you help your fellow human being. But it's not an individual thing.
Yeah, not to interrupt, but do you really think that people would strike? I agree with you. I think a general strike is a great idea, but in practicality, there's so many minuses to that. You have to save enough income to strike. I mean, if I say I'm going to go on strike against my job, I can't just up and tomorrow go on strike. I have to essentially save to go on strike because I don't know how long it's going to last.
Which is exactly why they have beaten the people down and keep them down. Don't educate them. Don't pay them enough. Don't give them health care. Exactly. Make them absolutely so desperate they'll take any job, no matter how bad it is and how little it pays.
You can remember, like, when they used to, like, back in the dirty 30s and the dirty 20s, and you read about it, some of the jobs that people would take because they just wanted to feed their family. You had people riding the rail just so they could send money home. People care about people more than anybody realizes. And when they feel it threatened and they feel that they don't have a chance of providing what's necessary to keep their family alive, they're willing to do anything. And that's and they have fed that agenda. But think about it. We're in a pandemic. A lot of things are closed. Really? General strike seems to be a win-win idea for me. We want stuff closed because we're in a pandemic to keep everything safe. And we need a general strike to teach these corporations that they need to stop abusing workers.
My only
win to me.
I'm not disagreeing with the idea of the general strike. I'm really not, because I think it's a great thing to do. My thing is, how practical is it? If I'm going on strike, I don't know whether that strike, one, they're gonna do we'll just move to Mexico or some poor country. Okay, no, you're around.
They have been feeding that BS forever. And the thing is, this is where we need to, you Mexican workers, Canadian, everybody needs to start. That's the thing is, when unions were strong and pushing forward into other countries, that's when the corporations landed up doing all the FLQs and moving offshore. Been there, done that. But the thing is, you know what? Those other countries are pushing back now. We're starting to recognize, and we also have laws against child labor now internationally. Those weren't in existence 20 years ago when they were putting everybody offshore. And that's the thing is, in a general strike, this is where a general strike, because the thing is, they can't allow huge volumes of industry to be shut down for any amount of time.
I'm not saying I disagree with you, because I agree with you. I'm just saying it has to be a planned strike, because if you strike, you're not getting income. You're gonna have to.
Yeah, exactly. Well, like we said before COVID, The majority of American
Yeah.
people were one paycheck
One
away
paycheck.
from bankruptcy,
Yep.
Exactly.
which means they didn't have the money. That's why
Well,
they keep you down, because you can't afford to go on strike.
exactly. That's my point. So if you're going to go on a general strike, which again, I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm just saying you have to plan out for that. How many months are you going to work? Are you going to work overtime? Are you going to save money? You know, you have lights, you have gas, you have food, you have all those things. You don't know whether that strike's going to go 2 weeks, 2 days, 2 months, 2 years. You don't know. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying if you're going to call for a general strike, which again, I'm for, we have to do, there has to be some type of practical plan.
Exactly.
You can't just strike tomorrow because,
Oh,
hey,
yes.
I take insulin. I can't just say I'm going to strike. Insulin's $1,000. Well, okay, how am I going to get that? Am I going to do this, 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 and this? You have to plan out for it. That's all I'm saying is if you're going to call for a general strike, we have to have a plan for them to take care of their responsibilities while they're striking because we don't know how long that strike is going to go.
Exactly.
That's all
That's
I'm
why
saying.
that's why they
For it.
keep the people down. They keep the people down for that reason.
Exactly. Because people are going to say, well, wait a minute, I'm not making any money. What if this strike goes a month? I don't think it would. I think it would be like a couple days, but let's just say that. I mean, you're going to have Amazon selling that message, just to, I don't even think you could get people to boycott Amazon for one day. To be honest, just say, hey, everybody on this day, we don't buy anything from Amazon. We don't buy anything. Not the hint water that I used to buy for them and I canceled because I'm like, know what? I'll just go to the store and get it. But even if you did that, I think that in combination with the general strike, those two things working together saying, hey, on the third Tuesday every month, we're not buying anything from Amazon.
There you go.
That's a
Could
good
be a
one.
possibility. We need to have a break.
Yep. So this is the portion, audience, where we take our break and we're going to come back and talk about our second topic because Kat yelled out, we need to take a break. So we're going to take a break at this point and we'll see you all in about, 5 minutes.
Otherwise, I'm going to need a bottle.
Welcome back to the Progressive Queens, everybody. I'm still joined by my panelists, Mickey and Kat. We're going to move into the second longer topic discussion, and we're going to talk about U.S. foreign relations. I don't know if the public is just not paying attention to what's going on with the U.S. in terms of its foreign relations, but there's a lot of things that are concerning to me. And I'll let you guys kind of talk first, and then I'm going to just go on a rant if the audience doesn't mind, because like I said, there's just a lot that's concerning to me in terms of how this administration seems to get a pass on things that the last administration, when they did it, it was a big brouhaha. But now I guess because administrations have changed, things are okay now. But of course, we know they are not.
I'll try not to go on a rant. For all the people who are throwing fits over the immigrants risking their lives crossing the desert to come over the border, they seem to forget that the United States keeps going into these South American governments, overthrowing democratically elected leaders and helping to install right-wing dictators that are now causing chaos and violence in these countries. We caused it. These people are risking their lives to get away from the violence that we caused, and we're condemning them for coming here. Meanwhile, Congress allocated, I forget if it's 400 or 500 million dollars over 2 years to help these countries. Trump blocked them from spending the money. Congress allocated this money and Trump blocked them. Biden still hasn't released the money. All he has to do is one signature to release this money to help these people that we have ruined their countries, and he still hasn't done it.
But we can with it, it's been consistently happening since the inception of the United States. You know, we're talking, they've consistently taken over democratically elected countries, and I consider the native nations part of that. And then they find excuses on why. Oh, we're going to make it better for them. Oh, we're going to do this for them. Oh, we're going to do that for them. And what we saw in Africa, the continent, and the various countries within Africa, is what happened is you had these multinational corporations, usually engineering, go into these countries. And because they couldn't operate in the way that they wanted to, i.e., there was, pushback from the various people that lived in there. And so what they would do is they would bring the US military because we're supporting the country. No, you're supporting the corporation that's raping. And I will use the word rape because it's forceful, it's invasive, and it's horrible, and it leaves behind this huge memory. When we're dealing with, like Mickey said, all these people crossing the deserts, all these people crossing, those are countries we have actively destroyed in the Western world. And it's similar, in a small way. One of the good examples is with the UK, with the business with India, right? They conquered India, they did the colonialism with India, and then when push came to shove, decades later, they had to leave India. But everybody had British passports. So they totally altered this country. And then when they left, they were upset because people from India wanted to come to the UK. And it's the same as you go into these countries in South America and Africa, you completely decimate them, well, the indigenous populations therein, and then you take away their ability to even function. I always go, because of my own background and being indigenous, I always go back to the hunter and gatherers of our people that were the Cree and the many nations that we had in Canada and the US. Part of our survival, the coastal natives had the ability to stay stationary because their food supply was guaranteed 24/7 around the year. But the central natives we're talking Saskatchewan, Manitoba, Alberta, down in the US, Montana, and South and North Dakota, those people were all of hunter-gathering populations. They had already come to agreements and moved around so they could get their food, so they could survive, and it was a constant movement. But that wasn't what they wanted, because of course the governments that be, the Canadian US government said, no, you can't. So then they stuck them in reserves and said, well, they can't even feed themselves. How useless are they? Of course, negating the fact that for 10,000 years previous to that, they managed to feed themselves, thrive, and do well. You just took away their ability to actually function. And they did the same thing in these African countries. They did the same thing in the South American countries. Do you think that they're not destroying these small little farmers that are trying to make a living? Look at India. Great example right now with what they're doing to the farmers in India. Is that benefiting the individual farmers? No. Who it's going to benefit is the multinationals that want to eliminate any competition and any decision making from the individuals. Get with the dairy industries, we see it absolutely with everything. And then we go, oh, we don't want them in their country. Look at their, as Trump called them, S-holes. Really? Why are they that way? I don't know, because when you look at it historically, that really wasn't how those countries were. But after involvement, Venezuela, another great example, they they didn't agree with what OPEC said. What did the US and all the other countries gone back? Oh, bad Venezuela, bad Venezuela. Really, was Venezuela bad? Or just the fact that they decided that they wanted to benefit their people more than benefit the multinationals?
Exactly. But
wars are being fought for corporations. Since World War I, we haven't really done anything besides wanting to take over countries so we can plunder their resources. Nothing has changed since empire building forever. It's the resources. It's the same as the Romans did it. It's, when we painted all these beautiful other BS colors, but that's the point of the fact is all it is colonialism And then when the populace doesn't obey, we put in their, as Mickey said, we put in their tin pot dictators that will agree with us. How well did that look? Where's Noriega? Is he still alive? How many other dictators are now living in the US under, prison, or have decided to vacate? I believe, Shah of Iran. Like, this has been going on forever. And nothing has changed. If you look at Biden's policies to Trump's policies to Barack Obama's policies to Bush's policy, nothing. It's this perpetual war machine.
Why is it every country declared Israel's occupation of Palestine as an illegal occupation?
Yeah.
Every country condemns their genocide. How do we still support them?
Yeah.
Well, you have
an illegal.
Israel. You can't.
An illegal occupation. How do we support them? And how did it become anti-Semitic to even dare to talk against Israel's government? Netanyahu has been indicted for bribery and fraud. Indicted. How do we support them? And yet it's anti-Semitic to talk against their government. That's become an absolute no-no. Talking about their government is not talking about the people. It's talking about it's no different than us criticizing our own government. Does that make us anti-American if we say our government did something wrong? How did that happen? Where did that come from?
It's propaganda. That's what the U.S. government is good at. I mean, if you look at all of these things that you both are talking about, it's utterly ridiculous. Again, that we know the media isn't going to call Biden out on these things, but they certainly didn't have problems when Trump was running things, calling him out on them, and they were wrong. They were right in calling him out for his wrong. But now they're just ignoring the wrongs. That it's like Biden, like you said, Kat, he's repeating the same. There's no difference between Trump's foreign policy and Biden's policy. They're exactly the same. And if you look at, the situation with the immigrants, well, first problem is they're coming to lands that belong to them in the first place. I mean, California and Arizona and New Mexico and Texas, those were inhabited by the Mexican people, first of all. So they're coming back to a land that was stolen from them. Secondly, you ruined their environment where they couldn't grow crops and they couldn't grow anything. So yes, they're going to flee to a place that doesn't have a great environment, but it's better than where they came from. So you're causing that. You're causing it by putting in these dictators that will just bow down and do what you tell them. And you're questioning why they're coming. You know why they're coming. Our taxpayer dollars are causing this, and nobody puts them to the carpet, and both sides do it. I mean, we know that Obama bombed the Syrian children and killed hundreds, if not thousands, of Syrian children. For what reason was given? It just, the whole thing is just, it's so disgusting that we allow wars to go on. I mean, yes, there's people speaking out, and I'm going to say something that's probably not going to be popular, but it's certainly the truth. I wonder why sometimes more September the 11th incidences haven't happened. And the reason I wonder that is because if you think about it, if you're living in a country like Syria or any place where America has just gone in and taken over, you're not going to like those people. If I'm living in Syria, I'm not going to like a country that comes in, takes over my land, kills my parents, destroys the land, does everything. I'm going to hate those people. I'm going to seek out revenge. And I just wonder, I always am wondering in amazement how more attacks haven't happened. Because
the thing is
that hate, they bring that hate.
The thing is, it's always interesting when you look at this exceptionalism that has been part of the propaganda that's been fed to the American public for a long time. We're better than everybody else. We have the best. We have the best. We have the best. The truth is you don't. And that's the unabiding truth. That is the truth. You don't have the best education system. You don't have the best quality of life. You have none of those things and haven't for decades. And the thing is, and whether you did or didn't even at the beginning is questionable, but it's been fed. It's been the propaganda that's been fed, and it's the same propaganda that's been fed outwards internationally. People are absolutely, I find it when are flabbergasted when they actually meet Americans or watch, and then they see the level of education that seems to be minus in a huge majority of the public, and they're going, really? And you look at the average person in some of these countries that they call shitholes. Nigeria, their education system at one point was one of the best. I know lots of doctors that have come out of those countries, and and their education system and their well-rounded education system. But it's this consistent.
Let me interject this. You meant asshole countries.
Asshole countries. Sorry. Yeah,
But
exceptionalism.
This is off subject, but when you said the continent of Africa, immediately in my head popped Trump saying the country of Africa.
Well, Sarah Palin thought it was a country too. I'm like, no, Africa has like countries in it. Like
who? Now who? Who else?
Sarah Palin.
Sarah Palin.
Oh, okay.
But that's what I mean. You're electing representatives. And this goes back to our discussion we had before the break earlier in the thing about electing reality show stars. These are people that do not know world geography. They do not know world politics. They don't know some of the basic things needed, how commodities work.
They don't know what
things
We've
work.
had 2 of them already not know what infrastructure means.
They didn't know what infrastructure was. I'm like, infrastructure, like the roads and broadband and they're like,
let's put Rick Perry in charge of the nuclear. Didn't even understand that was part of his portfolio when he was in charge. Like seriously, the election of pretty faces and let's be honest, commercials needs to stop. We need people elected that actually understand and have knowledge, and that doesn't mean lawyers. That means people that actually
the big money people. The big money people don't want people in office that know what they're doing.
No, they don't.
They want to be able to give them money and then say, this is what you have to do.
This is your position on this. Here, we've written out this paper with the information of what your talking points are going to be. And go forward with that. And that's the thing is, and when you encounter people that actually research, who like listening to the facts, it's back to the Israel comment. And I've had people call me anti-Semitic because I'm pro-Palestine. I do not want the Israeli people hurt. I don't want the Palestinian people hurt. I am not anti-Semitic. I am, in fact, growing up in Winnipeg, huge population. It would be actually behoove me to be. But the point is, what I don't agree with is the politics that are happening in Israel. I don't agree with how they've treated Palestine. I don't agree with the fact that it's an open air prison. I don't believe that children should have to pass through security gates to go to school, and that their mothers can't even walk them to school because they aren't cleared to go through the security gates. I don't agree with the constant lies and saying, oh, Palestine is such a threat to Israel. Really? How many rockets, what level of armament do they have? It's similar to Yemen. Really? They're a real problem to Saudi? How much of America's war machine is now sitting in control of Saudi to destroy Yemen? Like, come on. It's literally, it's just propaganda lies. It's the same as this constant belief that the Western, was the dark ages before, Western education and knowledge came to be. I can tell you the Muslim countries and the countries in the Middle East were far more advanced mathematically in science than we were in the Western countries for centuries. Literally. We didn't even understand the basic rudimentaries of writing a word, and they were already writing encyclopedias of knowledge. And this again, this exceptionalism belief. How do you like, and then Tracy's point, not only do we take these countries, Syria, perfect example, one of the oldest civilizations in the world, we have now blown it up.
And for what reason?
One of
There's
the
no
oldest
reason.
civilizations.
But I think,
Destroyed it.
I think that's the thing that really bothers me, especially, you know, the way it's so propagandized, the way that we're just, you know, you hear the Republicans talk about, you know, women shouldn't get abortions. Abortions are wrong. So you're okay with bombing children for literally no reason. And then you hear the Democrats talk about, let's bring democracy to everyone. No, let's just bring our way and you'll do what we say. And if we don't like you, we're going to take you out.
Okay, so democracy works really well, except for Saudi. I don't know. They keep complaining, we're going to bring democracy to everyone. Then why the hell are we still submitting to a monarchy that's sitting in Saudi Arabia that's a death squad? And we have no problem with making agreements with them?
And exactly.
Biden, one of Biden's campaign promises was to make Saudi Arabia pay for Khashoggi's murder.
Could we
not really? That'll bring them back,
now,
right?
How much of their assets have we frozen? How many of the upper echelon of the many hundreds of princes have we banned from travel to this country? How much have we spoken out against them?
And what if we just sell them again?
Okay, so are we banking on Biden's promises? Because remember, I think I remind the audience every week, this is the man that promised $2,000 checks and we got 1,400. So his promises mean nothing to me.
Well, look at his tax cuts. Another promise, he was going to completely roll back Trump's tax cuts.
Yeah. He can't even get it to 28%.
The corporate rate was 35%. Trump rolled it down to 21. What is Biden proposing? 28. That's only half. That's halfway there. That's not rolling it back. And that's 28 as his starting point. When the Republicans and the Republicans in Democratic clothing beat on him, they'll probably lower it even further.
I mean, we can. That's our problem. And again, I don't want to just keep blaming the electorate, but in this case, I have to, because I think our culture, especially in America, we love war. If you think about the way that World War II, and I mean, I was a baby in Vietnam. I mean, that was the war that pretty much changed it. But if you think about those wars, World War II and before then, it was always romanticized. It was always, they're these soldiers and they're fighting and they're fighting for our freedoms. And when I hear people say, well, they're fighting for our freedoms. No, I already have freedom. Yeah. You don't have to fight for something that I already possess. What are you in these countries for? And how much anti-American sentiment are you actually putting in place?
And Tracy, you said until Vietnam. What happened with the Vietnam?
People woke up.
No, it wasn't a war. We never declared war. It was a
police action.
What happened was, for the first time ever, TV cameras were there. And the American people saw what war really was, what we were doing to other people.
And allowing to happen to our children.
That's when things changed, because the American people finally saw the truth.
And what's happening, and we'll go back to the journalism comments that we had before break. That's also another component of it too, is the thing is, why aren't the journalists are going out to these war-torn areas. The journalists are trying to get their stories out, and they aren't being told. How many people in America know this actual situation in Palestine, not the one being fed to them by the American propaganda machine?
I just learned last night, and I didn't know this, when we bombed that school bus full of children, the reporter that reported it, Obama called and said, put him in jail.
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
The Society for the Protection of Journalism internationally is needing help. They've just locked up another person. They're locking up journalists all over the world, and the thing is, America and we aren't fighting back. We aren't speaking
Well,
up
we're
for these
doing it too.
journalists. We
We're
don't want
doing
that.
it.
We don't want the thing is, the governments aren't wanting the truth to be told. Anybody who glorifies war, has never really seen the outcome or been participant. All it is a place where old man's ego is, young men's lives are cost at old man's egos. It's absolutely pathetic and gross. We're what? We're fighting wars like the Canada gets itself involved with. 90% of it, especially if we're involved anything internationally, it's in regards to some friggin' mining company that has asked for, us to get involved. At that, they come and they speak back in Canada, oh, we're doing this there and we need security. And then the Canadian government or the US government goes and canvasses those foreign countries and goes, oh, we're going to do this mining here, but we find your security isn't what it needs to be to protect our workers. Well, why are your workers even in that darn countries? It's just, it's a pathetic feed that, again, the news has been told. Like, do we talk about what's been going on in those countries besides when we go in there and make war on them?
Well,
do
we have
actually recognize the advancements, the beauty that's within it? It's literally, I put it down to the Oreo syndrome of Americans. If the country doesn't make Oreos, then obviously they're barbaric. They aren't democratic. They don't know what they're doing. We have to go in there and invade. There's no truth to that whatsoever.
Yeah, I think that's what I agree with you so much, because like if you ask the average American, what country has the world's largest democracy? I would bet my whole paycheck, everybody would say United States of America. Yeah. And if I would have said India, no, India is correct. No, you're wrong. No, I'm right.
Mm-hmm. It's exceptionalism and this belief.
Exactly.
It's like the same crap that British shoved when they did their colonialism all over the world. It's the exact, all that changed was the title. It was the US instead of the UK.
And we're wasting, and think about let me backtrack. Think about the billions of dollars that we could have taken the money instead of bombing the Syrians. Oh, let me backtrack, because I'll get to that point later. The thing that really infuriates me about our current state is the media, is the so-called Democrats that didn't even call Biden out for bomb. They didn't say anything. No, I heard some progressives make some noise like, okay, that bombing was wrong. But I didn't hear anything from Pelosi. I didn't see anything from Schumer. I didn't hear anything from any of the major Democrats on how wrong it was of the administration to bomb them for, I don't even know what reason was given. It was like
because Iran is the aggressor. We have 35 bases surrounding Iran. 35 bases surrounding this one country.
And have invaded them how many times?
They're the aggressor.
And think about when Trump bombed, what's that country that Trump bombed? Oh, I can't even think of it. Whatever country that was, how the Democrats we need hearings and we need okay, so Trump did that, he was wrong, but apparently it's okay with you when Biden does exactly, tick for tack, exactly the same. Are you serious?
And the people arguing that, well, we have to protect ourselves against Iran. How big is Iran?
How much is the size of Indiana, Illinois, and Ohio put together?
Mm-hmm. And did you see that Biden wants to increase the Pentagon's budget?
Of course.
Yeah. Yeah, they all do.
They all do. I've only seen a couple of politicians that have said, I want to decrease the military's budget.
Mm-hmm.
They
The thing
don't
is that the military budget to them is a moneymaker, and it's one of their employment strategies, as it's been since the Second World War. It's one of their push forward. Think about it. How many lives have been lost just so the Americans can sell their military armaments everywhere?
exactly. We got
Right? And the thing is, how many countries have Americans sold in military armament to, and then within a decade or 2 decades, they are literally being shot by their own weapons because
Mhm.
the people
exactly.
are, like Tracy said, the people have had the American idealism and exceptionalism shoved down their throat. They didn't want it. They had their families destroyed, and now all of a sudden they're to embrace America the beautiful. When meanwhile, you know what? If somebody, like Tracy said, if somebody killed my parents and my family and destroyed my world, I don't know if I would be so quick to embrace. And the thing is, and then you go back to the media. How much exposure did they get? You know what? Those were children in that school bus. Those were a little boy that got killed when Blackwater decided to open fire in a
Mhm.
in roundabout in the middle of a city. The thing is, we need people to realize that at the end of those bullets are human lives. At the end of those
Exactly.
bombs, there are human lives. I don't care what language they speak. I don't care what color they are. They are humans that are deserving of life just for the fact that they're on this planet and attempting to survive. And
And
it's not up to me to decide how they should live their life.
exactly. And you think about when people say, and I hear politicians, especially Republicans, talk about America first. Okay, let's just go with that American first theory. Why don't we? And why don't you decrease the military budget? Because
So
you
you
said
can have America first in healthcare, America first in infrastructure.
exactly.
There's all those things that it could
Yeah.
do.
No, I'm just saying if they would, I'm like, okay, so look at the billions, I'm almost wanting to say trillions of dollars that we spend on wars that we should literally not be fighting. And
Mhm.
I ask people this, the military, all the time, and nobody really has given me an answer that makes sense. We have bases in countries where we're not at war with them. Why are we there? Like, okay, they want us there. Well, they have people. You can't protect your. I do those type of things. I don't understand how we let it. How the I think we as the American people let it slide. And if you talk to like the regular, average, everyday person, I'm pretty sure most of them would agree we spend too much on our military. We
Mhm.
spend too much going into
And none of that goes to the troops
exactly no.
Exactly.
or to the veterans who are
No,
suffering.
we have
Yeah.
veterans living on the streets that are homeless.
That is
Mhm.
not, that should never
Never
be
have.
allowed.
Yeah,
Ever.
they're they suffer from alcoholism, PTSD. They suffer from I said homelessness. You're gonna tell me that you're gonna have someone fight a war that should never have happened. Then when they come here, come back home, you're gonna give them a low interest loan. No, what you should do is give them a home. Just give
Give
it
them
to them.
back their life. They decided, they sacrificed
For
their
you.
lives
Exactly.
for America. And
Yes.
America can't even provide them with the basic care. Canada's even got a win on that one. If you lose a limb or you lose an eye, right? In the Canadian military, to receive your disability, your veteran's disability, every year you were having to prove that you didn't grow that limb back and your eye didn't miraculously come back.
Are you serious?
Like they were literally,
Oh,
they were making
oh,
veterans. And the thing is, like, you've got like people that have, horrendous injuries, and every year they were having to fill out, no, I still lost my legs from that ICD, I still have no arms. They were having to prove it every year, and if they didn't, and that proving means they had to get doctor signatures, they had to validate it. Like, this is how we're treating people that literally were willing to sacrifice their
yes.
lives for a year, 2 years, 5 years, and this is voluntary. We always have to remember these people
Voluntary. Yes.
volunteered. and then we just totally make their life hell when they come back. The U.S. Veterans Hospital had one of the highest rate of giving improper medications. They were literally the example when we wanted to look at when people were mismedicated. They were the living example. What was it, 40,000 their medication problems in one friggin' veterans hospital within a year? Like, those are insane numbers. Who did they give the that stupid drug of Trump's? Who did they experiment with it on? The veterans.
Yeah, and that's I think that's what really infuriates me, because we're telling these young men and women, well, this is a great career option. Be in the military. Really. We'll pay for your college, which they don't. We'll give you a low interest loan. You're giving a low interest loan to someone that volunteered to put their lives on the line for wars that you created. You're not going to put your children in that situation. Mm-hmm. You're not going to tell your children, oh, drop that bomb on those Syrian children. They're insignificant. You wouldn't do that for your child, but it's great that you take my poor child, my poor little black child.
And our society gives those children no other options. Exactly. The only option you have is join the military.
That's it. That's a
let's sacrifice all of our young people,
and then we'll keeping them, and then we'll subject you to the same racism that you're trying to fight against in other countries. Wasn't that just this week? There was a picture of a lieutenant from one of the bases had just bought himself a brand new truck, right? Thank goodness he was smart enough. When they went to pull him over for no reason, they pulled him over in his brand new vehicle. I think he was coming back from base. Was he, Mickey?
Yeah, and he was heading home.
He had the semblance of mind to pull into a gas station where he knew there was lights and cameras, because he knew it was going to go bad. Yeah. This is a man who has served, and is not only served, he's an officer in the military, and he was harassed.
And the cops approached the car with their guns drawn. He did nothing wrong. He had not yet broken a law. He didn't have a light out. He was driving while black. Yeah. They pulled him over. Him over, and they approached the door with their guns drawn.
Yeah.
And I bet those officers were put on administrative leave.
With pay, probably.
Yeah. In Canada, our Toronto Police Department, we have over 234 officers right now under suspension or on administrative leave, and are receiving their full pay of sometimes over up to $100,000 a year while they are suspended, while they have been charged, and with some of them in cases where they're already been charged and convicted, and it's an appeal. 240 some Toronto police officers are still receiving pay while they're under question, while they're on some kind of disciplinary. No. And this is the police force that's been known for racism, known for misogyny, known for all these factors. And instead of actually correcting the situation, we pay for them to stay home and allow the victim. Well, the victim doesn't get paid to stay home. The victim doesn't get a lawyer paid for. None of the above.
Yeah, the victim is told, oh, the military is a great career. You'll go fight wars that make literally no sense, and we fought because we wanted their land, or we wanted their oil, or we wanted their diamonds.
You know what a new recruit gets when he first enters? $19,000 a year to put his life on the line.
And $19,000 a year.
When was the last time that they got a raise?
Oh, they get a raise beginning every year. I think it varies between 1% and 3%.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it's not much, because 19,000. What is that? 1912. That's like, is that about 1,000 a month? More than 1,000? A little bit over 1,000 a month. That's a joke.
That's $1,200 change a month.
Yeah. To hand your entire,
because my math sinks.
Yeah, to hand your entire life and possible future over to them.
My
19,000 a year.
I would think my life would be worth at least 3,000, 3,500 a month. I mean, this is my life we're talking about.
And
Mhm.
then you look at those numbers, right? Because if you know that's what they're paid, right? And all their equivalent, and then you look at all the budget increases into the military. So where did all that money go? Because it
It
definitely
goes
didn't
to
go to the soldiers. It went to the weapons manufacturers.
which we're selling to the countries that we supposedly don't like.
And that will end up shooting us later. Do you really think if the US did a pushback that Saudi wouldn't fucking lash out? Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're gonna just make me bleed all this out.
It's just this constant state of this, but all's the military, the US military budget is doing is sponsoring the military war machine corporations. That's all it's doing. It's not protecting anybody.
But
It's not saving anybody. It's not providing anyone a future. All it's doing is making sure that shareholders of Raytheon and all of the other military contractors can build a bigger white palace in the sky for them to protect themselves with.
Do you realize that they are constantly inventing more machines to kill people quicker and more efficiently? Only because we already have the power to destroy the entire earth, every person on it, 7 times over. So we need more and new and bigger.
Polaris subs had that with what in the 70s and 80s. They could do the Polaris subs carried a payload. I should remember these numbers. I argued a debate on them. But the Polaris sub carried enough of a payload to destroy the entire world 6 times over if it was allowed to go. Because the amount of warheads that were on, and then we of course had the Russian submarines that were almost of equal. We've had this ability for why? And the thing is, it's not like anything has changed. It's not like anything. Literally, it's just this. It's corporations again telling us that we need something that we really don't.
I mean, we live in
Early last year with the new Congress, the House proposed a bill, passed it, gave it to the Senate, both bipartisan passed it. They said stop selling arms to Saudi Arabia because they found out Saudi Arabia was selling those arms to our enemies that were killing our troops with them.
Yeah.
So they passed it. Trump vetoed it.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Republicans did a complete 180. What they voted for, they now voted down, even though they knew they were being used to kill our own troops.
But you have to give Trump credit for this, and I give him credit for very little. At least he said, well, we're making money off of it. At least he
said it out loud.
He said out loud what we knew was true. You have this administration, oh, well, we're for democracy and people. Damn somewhere.
I don't know. Democracy doesn't mean anything when you're lying dead in the street because of the latest bomb, or your children are. No, it's not. It never has been right. It never will be right. And the thing is, denying it is anything else besides a power grab. And the thing is, it's not even a power grab. It's just actually helping these military companies increase their catalog and sell their catalogs. Think about it. The U.S. comes to an ally or an agreement with places like Saudi Arabia, then Raytheon and all these companies can sell another multi-million-dollar things. And that's all it is.
And who did Biden nominate for Secretary of Defense?
Yeah.
A Raytheon man. A Raytheon man.
And he got confirmed. Not only did he nominate him, he got confirmed.
Yes.
And you think about when you
say, but don't forget diversity. He's a black man, so it's okay.
Oh well, wait a minute. Let me put some criticism on that. I'm not going to call people that C word because it offends you all. But boy, am I thinking because it just, oh boy, it just makes me so sick because we live in a country that is wanting to have wars in outer space. Outer
Mhm.
space! Up there somewhere where we're never going to live, and you can't, and you have that same president that says, oh, if Medicare for all comes to my desk, I'll veto it.
Yep.
Mhm.
Minusing the fact that we American taxpayers pay for your socialized medicine. You
You,
left that whole thing out. My
you have people wanting, you have the government pushing to fight wars in space while you have people living under bridges. You
exactly.
have people
That
living
you are
on the
now
street.
that you're now spending money to pound spikes in the ground so they can't sleep under those
Well, they
bridges.
can't sleep.
Yeah.
Instead of taking,
Yeah.
like, there was an idea that I keep saying I'm gonna pitch to my city council people. I'm like, look, we got all these malls here. There's nobody in them. Why don't we just convert that to housing for the homeless?
Yep.
Make
Yeah.
it like free, put in some people to help them find jobs, etc., etc. Well, you can't do that because no, there's no but. You said that homelessness is a problem, especially for those in the military, because I want to tie it to the foreign policy of this country. But yet, when you propose things like that, big business, oh, they're just getting something for free. Well, as a matter of fact, soldiers should get more things for free, such as a home to live in with no mortgage, free health care.
And it's not free. It's not
It's not
free. Not
free.
only
They
have they
already
paid,
paid.
not only have they paid taxes, they've paid with limbs. They've paid with mental disorders. They've paid with their lives.
Because I can tell
Exactly.
you, the average soldier that isn't a mercenary, there is no way that they walked away from a theater without damage. There is no way.
Mhm.
I have known, no, there
Yeah,
isn't a one. No matter who they are or high up, if they're a caring human being of any level, they walk away damaged. And if you're willing to sacrifice yourself, you've paid your toll. And the
Mhm.
thing is,
exactly.
that's and it's a bit the fact that we have, and we have it in Canada too, the fact that we have veterans that are homeless, we have no, that is a no. That is such a no. It makes me want to scream.
Yeah, you're fighting a war. You can't give that person a house with no
Yeah.
mortgage. No,
Yeah.
they should get a house. They should get groceries. They should get everything that they could possibly need to live. They should get. Period.
And their families should get it while they're overseas.
Exactly.
Their families should be completely supported. But again, the weapons manufacturers have convinced us to give all this money to the military might and none of it to the actual soldiers
Mhm.
that really have a cost. I really don't care if that latest rocket launcher got blown up. It doesn't matter to me. What matters to me is the 4 men that were sitting underneath it. Those men. I don't
Exactly.
give a darn about the machine. And
I
that's
know.
the thing, we stop caring.
Right. If we even thought about cutting the military budget by 10%, do you know the uproar that would take place on Congress? I mean, they would just be like besides themselves, like you're making us more susceptible to attack. No.
Oh, or their argument, and they've done this before. Military, Mickey can verify this. Is they've done this before. The minute you go to cut the budgets, oh, you're abandoning the soldiers, or you're abandoning the
Mhm.
military. Then they make it about the people. Then they try and flip it and say, oh, that money goes to this and this and this. And you're going, no, it doesn't. Please stop lying. But when you
Well,
go
all
to
of
cut
our
the funding, all of a sudden the people matter.
right.
The actual
Meanwhile,
bodies on the
our
ground.
VA hospitals are in horrendous shape.
They
Oh,
are
they're
Horrendous.
they are terrible. And
Mhm.
my father was a veteran before he
Yep.
passed. Oh my goodness, he fought in Vietnam and was a soldier that got captured by the Viet Cong. I want to say Viet Cong so bad, but that may not be the right.
Kong. It's Kong.
Yeah, and I'm like, the way he got treated, I'm like, wait a minute, let's take this back. The effects that it had on him, just him, and I'm like, nobody talks about that when they're doing those, you know, Army Navy commercials. Nobody talks about the effect that killing someone has on a
Another
person's
human.
psychological being. Like to take a gun and just end a life. Where are you? And you're wondering why these people are coming back with PTSD and depression,
and
alcoholism.
so many of them are even denying. They said, "Oh, PTSD. That's just a new phrase they came up with." No, it used to be called shell. It used to be called shell shock. It used to be called battle fatigue. It's always been there. We just keep giving it new names.
And if your father fought in Vietnam as a black man, we can guarantee that he was sent to the front lines. We can guarantee that he was put on the highest risk. We can guarantee that he was not allowed promotion to go up into higher ranks, regardless of his performance or his education. And they did all of those things to the black troops that they had overseas. And it happened especially in Vietnam. That's why they had Buffalo Soldiers, they were called, literally. And they knew that those were the troops they were going to send up to the front. And essentially, they were cannon fodder to find the Vietnamese troops that were shooting back at them. They would put them into the highest risk situations.
Yeah. But the thing is, they're still doing that type of thing now.
Oh,
the
yes.
racism that exists in the current military, the misogyny, the homophobia. I mean, we could, there's just they're just all it's like all pals on each other, because it seems like, especially our presidential candidates, you can't get them to say that the military needs a cut. We need to cut the military's budget. We don't need to be spending trillions of dollars developing weapons for what? To kill people?
They're developing all these new weapons. And what do they do with their old ones? They sell them to the police departments.
Exactly.
So they can make more money.
Or give them away to the police departments. One of the things, if I was a politician and I was going to try and do it at PR, what I would say is, I'm not going to cut the military budget, but what I'm going to do is allocate. So 10%, 20%, I don't know the exact number, actually goes into the troops and supporting the troops and the vets. I'm not going to cut the military budget, but I'm going to put 60% of the money in the military budget actually directly to the troops. I'm going to do it with the veterans hospitals. And that's how, this is the thing, is where the Democrats, if they want to win, there's ways to put forward an idea and a change without opening yourself to criticism. Because one of the biggest things they always push for is, oh, you don't care about our troops, you don't do that. So what you do is just say, no, I'm not cutting the military budget, but I'm allocating it to actually support our troops, support the families of our troops, because when somebody's serving, their whole family's serving.
Exactly.
Every single day, their children, their spouse, all of them are serving. And that's what you do. That's the thing, is it's a point of manipulating the situation. The PR, the Republicans and the war machines and all these corporations, it's the same as like the pharmaceutical industry, the military industrial complex, all of them. They pay millions upon millions for marketing. Research, pharmaceutical companies, they always say, oh, we have to charge so much for R&D. Every time that they've turned around and investigated the pharmaceutical companies, there was like a small, minute amount of money, like in regards to their whole budget, that was actually spent on R&D. The majority of their budget goes for marketing and lobbying.
And don't forget, a lot of that R&D we pay for with our tax dollars.
Yeah, and that's the same as with the military industrial complex. Same thing. We pay for it with all of our friggin' tax dollars, because we all, sponsor these projects. That money goes to the military industrial complex. They in turn just keep spinning it. They pay for the politicians that get elected. They pay for the lobbying that has to occur to keep it going. It's a constant feed. And the thing is, when anybody goes to push shove, if anybody was really going forward and getting forward a message to say stop with the wars, you can bet Raytheon and all, I keep saying them, I shouldn't be picking on them, all of the military industrial complex would be inundating the airwaves with the latest, oh, abandoning our soldiers. Look at these countries. We need to help them. The thing is, the propaganda machine has been fed so hard and so aggressively that it's a significant pushback. But this is where education, knowledge needs to happen. People have to understand, like it's the same as with healthcare when they said, oh, Canadians have super long waiting lines and blah 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 blah. No, in comparison, no, we don't have super long waiting lines.
And
Let's
as
be
long
honest,
as we have the great military industrial complex, we have to go to war. We
yeah,
have to use it.
Right.
yeah, you're sponsoring it.
Mhm,
You're sponsoring businesses to keep killing people.
Yeah, and I
mhm.
like your idea of the 60% for soldiers, but
Yeah,
also in addition to that, stop selling weapons to countries and then having those countries to sell weapons to our enemies. That literally makes no sense.
Yep.
yeah.
I'm like, okay, I would do that and then add that. But guys, this is
Well, just stop selling weapons
well, yeah, that
entirely. There's really the thing is there's only so many countries that are in NATO. There's only so many countries that there has to be a direct. Just stop. Like it was mentioned earlier, we've had the ability to destroy the world how many times over since World War II, right? Since the invention of the nuclear bomb and the hydrogen bombs. Let's stop. We've proven we can blow everything up if we really want to.
And let's stop making them. We
Yeah,
have enough
there you go.
stockpiles. Let's
yeah.
stop making them.
And the thing is, we don't even know what to do with the stockpiles now because they're
Mhm.
deteriorating. That's the
Yep.
thing is, we have warheads that are literally now 25, 30 years old that we don't know what is going to happen
Mhm.
if they deteriorate any further. And as the pollution increases and the environmental concerns keep going and the heat and the temperature, all of these things are having a factor of breaking down.
Exactly.
Because we need to spend that 60% into the troops, 20% investigating what we need to do with the armament that has become surplus. Like there's so many things that we need to look 7 generations on. Where are we going to be 7 generations? Because the last 7 generations hasn't been good.
Yeah,
So
and
let's look
you
at where we're
can't
going forward.
you can't even get the administration to say we're going to cut back on the amount of soldiers that we have in these places. They won't even do
Mhm.
that. That's the most basic thing you could do is to reduce the number of troops that you're having overseas. You could say, okay, by this, well, and the excuse is that the Democrats are giving. Well, you don't want to tell them when you're going to leave. Well, why not?
Well, part of the reason is what you have to always watch with troop withdrawal, because like Trump was a perfect example of that. When he pushed for that withdrawal, he didn't let the allies know when he pushed for that withdrawal. So when they were
Mm.
pulled out the American troops, the British troops literally had to send in emergency helicopters because they had boots on the ground that were actually being protected by the Americans. It was an absolute mess. The British
And when he did it,
but
with
again, why
Syria,
were any of them
when he did
there?
it with Syria, Russia moved in.
Yeah.
Yeah, now that's what I'm saying. I'm for truth withdrawal done smart because we can't keep spending money in these countries for no reason. We could be using 10% or 20% of the military budget for things that we absolutely positively need. Universal
Well,
basic income, Medicare for all, Green New
mhm.
Deal. I mean, I could literally just keep naming things that we need the money for instead.
And this constant putting of military might in other countries. One of the great examples is the nuclear arsenal that sits in Europe, right? That was sitting in Turkey, right? That was where one of the main. Okay, so jump forward. Now you got Erdogan in charge of Turkey, elected Democrat, whatever. He's a nut. So what happened? The nuclear arms that were sitting there were net at risk. They wouldn't have been at risk if they had never been put there. But because they're there, there's a risk. It's the same as, any of these other countries. Again, You're sponsoring a country. You can't guarantee who's going to get elected for the next 10 years. If you put a base there, if you put equipment there, if you sell, you only have control of your own country. So selling armament, how many times have we seen it? Well, US was a great example. Say if you weren't military might like you were, and Canada was selling you equipment when Barack Obama, right? We sold you this massive military might. And then Trump gets elected and decides to blow up Mexico with it. Are we responsible for selling it to you? Because we didn't have the foresight that an idiot would get elected? And that's the thing is,
Or
and
you
that's
can
the
do
danger that we're constantly interfering with domestic issues in countries, puts you in a situation. Philippines, another good example. They got little psycho boy down there in the Philippines. In Brazil, you have Erdogan, or you have Bolsonaro. He's a crazy, isn't? How many times? I believe the Khmer Rouge, Copot, another good example of the U.S. back that turned into an absolute disaster. We cannot no one can guarantee the outcome of another. So let's facilitate being safer. And that's 7 generations. If I give this gun to somebody, how do I know that they won't give it to somebody else? The way that you eliminate that problem is you don't give the gun to the first person.
And even when they know that they're giving the gun to someone else and the gun is used against us,
Yep.
they continue to support it.
Yep.
Still keep selling them. It's like, what? It just, we've got to do better. We've got us the electorate has to be educated.
Yeah, and that's the big thing is I think one of the things for that globally, because they're trying to dumb other countries down too. The UK education system is tanking. The Canadian education system is seeing some major hits too. No, enough is enough. Again, that military complex, that money going to health and also going to education. We need people aware civically. We need people aware globally. We need to eliminate this exceptionalism and nationalism that says my country is the best. We have to eliminate it. It's not what the people, there are wonderful people all over this world. I've traveled a lot. And the thing is, everybody's country has wonderful aspects. The US does, Canada does, various countries, South Africa, Nigeria, Tanzania, all of these countries have a beautiful part to them. And the thing is, the arrogance of saying, but they don't have the same religious beliefs or they don't have the same political views. But that doesn't make them bad. That just makes them different.
Yeah,
and
that makes them
different. Eliminate that difference means that we get to squash them. That was like the UK when their colonialism, when they built their empire. They had huge countries that had existed for centuries and evolved through, eons of development. And British went, you don't have a flag, you don't have, I'll use Eddie Izzard, paraphrase him, no flag, no country, we get to take you over. And that's literally what they did to country after country after country. And the thing is, it's the same with the US. Is we like that tin pot dictator, so we're going to put him in charge, and hopefully he doesn't lose his noodle a little bit too long.
I mean, that's where you get Puerto Rico, Guam, and all the U.S. territories from. Those were independent countries before we said, you know what? We like that country. Okay, let's take them over. And then we
look at the Marshall Islands.
Let's not give them any rights or any voting.
Let's tax them, but give them absolutely no rights.
No rights. And in the Marshall Islands, let's bomb them with a little bit of nuclear waste and then export them. And then, by the way, and then ignore it. And there again, if it wasn't for journalism, if it wasn't for people following up, we wouldn't even know what's happening in those countries. And think about it. Talk about a lack of education. How many Americans, including the former idiot, Trump, didn't even know Puerto Rico was actually part of the U.S.? How many Americans
don't know that? I'm amazed when I say, no, Puerto Ricans are Americans. No,
and he also said at one point he was flying down to the Virgin Islands to meet with their president. He said the American Virgin Islands is what he said. To meet with their president.
Would that be you? That would be you.
You moron. Oh,
people don't know that Puerto Rico is part of the United States. They don't. They're like, oh, it's some country. No, Puerto Rico, just like Indiana, just like California, just like Arizona, just like Alaska. Only difference is they're not a state. They get to vote for our president. They get their one little electoral college vote.
You know, talk about our invading other countries. Think about, here's the U.S., here's Canada. Why is Alaska a state?
Because
Why
Russia
did we
That
take?
that was really good. That was a buy and sell with Russia and what?
Yeah, I
18?
know, but the point is, it's not even close.
it's nowhere near close.
It should be part of Canada,
Oh
actually.
yeah.
Yeah, that's what
It should have never been part of Russia, and it should never have been part of the U.S. It should have been ours, and it's caused us grief because
Mhm.
of it.
Yeah, because I was like, yeah, wonder why Alaska, because it's way up there. I'm like, it's nowhere near. But they're Americans because we like that land and said, okay, we're going to take it.
Yeah, and now, of course, jump forward to what's happening right now with the Northwest Passage because of the fact of the ice buildup has dropped so significantly, and now the Northwest Passage is becoming a viable trade route for the big ships. And then the thing is, it's American companies that are also participating in challenging Canada's sovereignty to our northern shores. They're literally challenging us. They're sending through boats. And one of the more horrific parts of that agenda is due to the fact that boats that go through, or ships, cargo ships, and the ships that go through the Suez, the Panama canals, the big canals to do that transverse, have to be insured fully by Lloyd's of London, if there's any accidents or if they cause any issues. Ships that go through the Northwest Passage don't have to. There is no regulation. So all of these old oil ships and cargo
Tankers.
that can't pass any insurance because they're derelict and they're falling, it's okay. We can send them up through the Northwest Passage now because we don't have to pay insurance to do that. And
Yeah.
the U.S. is literally challenging our sovereignty on those northern shores, and it's all been ours, all the way up to Baffin Island. You know,
Isn't America a great
that
country?
is with what was it, with Greenland or Iceland, one of the things, and the only competition we have for that island is Canada claims it and leaves a bottle of Canadian whiskey, and then the Iceland claims it and they leave a bottle of their stuff, and the flag keeps getting alternated, but no fights break out. They just both, the two countries, do this little push and shove on this one little island. But the point of the fact is how long will it be before they decide, no, the Northwest Passage is international waters and open games? That would be the last in the destruction of the Canadian Arctic.
Our imperialism never ended.
Nope.
It continues to this
It
day.
continues. It keeps going. Yep,
Mhm.
It keeps going. Well, guys, I hate to end it on such a negative note, but we have to end this portion of the discussion. But for the people that support us on Patreon, last week we started going into bonus discussions. Now the language can be this is a portion of the program where I lift my band and we can just discuss whatever it is we want to discuss.
Oh my goodness. Can we just
we
talk
off?
about how Biden's a lip dick? Oh,
No,
not doing
there's no
anything
language barrier.
different.
Keep going.
Are we off?
I-
Are we done?
Yep.
We're done.
Yep. The language barrier is now lifted, so I won't cut this out.
No, it's the thing is, I go back to nobody criticizing anybody, and it's just absolutely like this cult-like mentality for political views. Everybody, I think one of the things is the queens we need to push forward is, you know what? Your voice matters. Your voice, not the politician. So if he's not saying anything that you want to hear and doing things, he or she, that you like, your voice is the one that counts. They have stripped you of that voice. And
I
it's
keep
time to
saying
start
over
taking it
and
back.
over and over. We can't criticize even when they do something wrong. And what
No.
I've said 100 times, you can't fix something if you won't admit it's broken.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said when I was making my point about I think like a couple of weeks after the $1,400 passed, and I said, "Yeah, tell me how the Biden presidency is working out now."
Yeah.
The first thing I got was, "You're not giving him enough time," and
my
like, you know what? He's had 47 years to figure this out.
Exactly.
How about now? Something wrong with him because he been running for
Mhm.
president since I was a baby.
Yeah.
It,
And the vote blew no matter who.
they're worse than Red
Insisted,
MAGA.
insisted, vote for Biden and we'll fight to turn him left. So, okay, we're fighting to turn him left. What are they saying now? Like you said, give him time.
You know, he's gotta fix what Trump did. No,
Mm.
no, I don't want to hear it. I'm tired.
Well, I've said it before. There are 20 or 22 committees in the House. There are
Hmm.
God knows how many subcommittees. Biden has over 1,800 people working under him. He can only do one thing at a time. He can address dozens of issues at once if he wants to.
If he wanted to, he doesn't want to. And that's what I'm
Mhm.
trying to get the people on my Facebook page to realize like, hey, he does not want to address these issues. What will he? Here's what I hear, and it infuriated me. And I don't care if people did. I had somebody say they were gonna unfriend me. I'm like, okay, see you later. I was like, what's the point if you telling me to vote for Biden because he has Harris as vice president? Well, she's black. Well, no, she's black when convenient. There's a difference at being black and then being black when convenient. We have too many black when convenient black politicians,
Well,
and
that
not
that
just ones that are biracial. This goes for
that
Jill Clyburn.
that
This
that goes to Biden constantly pointing out the diversity in his cabinet and his appointments.
yeah. Oh,
Diversity of color, diversity of genders, no diversity of ideology. He's only got what, two or three people that are good picks. The
yeah.
rest
I was
all have the
surprised.
same, yeah, they all have the same ideologies. There's no diversity there.
I was really surprised he made those three picks. I was like, wait a minute, those are good people. Wait a minute, let me sit down and think about this. Those are good people. But I'll tell you
Yeah.
what, when Nira Tanden withdrew her or they withdrew
No.
her nomination, boy, I was cheering. I'm not lying. I was like, yes,
Hmm.
go, girl, bye. She's the worst. She promotes war. You talk about a warmonger. Ooh, she's a warmonger. Oh, I'm like, go away.
Well, all of his picks, all except maybe three, are warmongers, former lobbyists, Wall Streeters. No diversity there. Only diversity in color and gender, no diversity in ideologies. They're all the same.
I wish the squad slash real progressives would just be like, look, Biden, either do something or we gonna make it hard for you. I don't know what they can.
Yeah, they can do the same thing Mansion is doing, but they won't.
Yep.
That's what I keep wanting. That's why I keep asking the question: when are they gonna do something? Because Manchin is making it hard. As much as a dipwad idiot that he is, because Lord no, he is. He's like, you're not gonna do nothing without me.
And
Yeah,
that's the thing is
why doesn't the
they're
squad do the
accusing
same
the
thing?
left of doing it. They're accusing the left of doing it and saying, "Oh, it's the left doing it with Biden." Like that's a Republican. No, it's Manchin.
Hmm.
It's left isn't exercising any push as
And
far
they
as I
should,
can see.
No,
because there are more progressives than there is one Mansion and one
Yeah,
senator.
yeah.
That's why I kept scratching my head and I asked that question during the podcast, the first part. Like, why aren't they saying any like come on, will y'all do something? Do something? Some a little bit of something.
Somebody speak the truth. Somebody just
That's all
say
I
it
want.
out loud. That's all you want is somebody to speak the truth. And if somebody's a warmonger, I can tell you a couple things. Number one, they've either never served, because that's I find a lot of people that push that are administrators have never actually been in a front line. And then another component is if they're a warmonger, if they have served, like the Eric Princes of the world, then there's something wrong with them mentally.
Well, like Austin,
You know,
who has ties to Raytheon.
yep,
He's a warmonger, and he has
yep,
ties to Raytheon.
yep. He figured out how to make money out of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but you know what? This is where I was like, I keep putting my hopes on for Nina to win. And Lord
Because she'll
knows
call them.
I want her to win so bad. But oh boy, it was some groups I had to get out of because they came in and I'm like, oh no, I don't appreciate this at all.
You know, and I'm wondering if we're putting too much on Nina. I
That's
know
what I think too.
I'm kind of I'm wishing and hoping that she can emerge as a leader of all the progressives, and
Yeah.
they'll finally follow her and support her.
I know that's what I was thinking too, because I'm like, ooh, I may be doing too much. I may be putting too much. Ooh, let me back off. But some of the criticisms of her on her own page, I'm like, you know what? I'm not one to get into it with people on Facebook because I'll block you. I'm like, I don't got time for you. But boy, I jumped into one. I'm like, you know what? I think he said something like, here's another Democrat that wants everything. It was on your comment. And I was like, nope, I'm gonna just not even get into it.
Which one was this?
The guy said something like, here's another Democrat that wants something for free. And then you came back and said something. And then he came back and I'm like, boy, shut up.
Yeah, we want something for free. We only want our taxes to go towards
that's what your point
people.
was. And he was
helping the people. And then he said something about when I said instead of supporting corporations, he says, what support for corporations? And I said 1.9 trillion tax break, PPPs, where they got where the corporations, big corporations, and mega churches got millions, and small businesses didn't get anything and had to go bankrupt.
Oh, a good example of that is we allowed you, pandemic, great example of that. We allowed Costco, Walmart, all of these big businesses, and let's be honest, in populations, maybe there's one Walmart store in the whole city or for a whole area, one Costco for a whole area, right? We allowed them to stay open, knowing that we were going to cut off the knees of all the local businesses and make them quit.
In my area,
that was
in the town, the closest town to me, which isn't that big compared to cities, there were 2 Walmart supercenters.
And they were allowed to be open during the pandemic. And think about it. They supported that, which means people had to go out of their local area. They had to be in a building where there were possibly 400 to 500 other contacts, where if they would have supported their local businesses, their local grocery stores, their local corner stores, people could walk out their door, go down or drive closely in their own neighborhood and stay within their bubble. But I know, like here on the island, right, because we only have the one big Costco, right, in Nanaimo, we have people from up island, we have people from down island, all converging here to go to the Costco, which means that we have transfer. And it's the same within cities. When you have like the Walmart supercenters, why didn't that money go to local businesses? No, Walmart lined up with its hands out. All these big corporations all lined up with their hands out.
And why do people deny that? Why did this man deny that on your post? He denied that the corporations are getting all the breaks and the people are getting none. No, how can they deny it?
You know what he did? He did the thing I can't say. He tried to change his subject, and I'm like, I'm not gonna get into this one.
That's when I really shout. I really capitalize. Well, that's one of the ones I do. I will write in all caps, deflect, 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 with a whole bunch of exclamation points.
Yeah, passive aggressive. I see it all the time. When you challenge them when you tell them to go fact themselves, I love that line. They're blown away by the facts. They literally are.
No, they completely ignored them. Like I was when I was having dinner with my cousins, and Mickey, I used the C word to describe Obama. So sorry, but I did.
Go for it. Don't. If we can say fuck, you can say the C word.
But I said Because I was telling him about the podcast. I said, look, on one of the podcasts, I called Obama a coon and I'm not taking it back. What? Yes, because he did this. What? And like, how can I describe it? They looked like, I don't know if you guys watched Tom and Jerry, but I did when I was growing up.
I
did when he got hit and he stuck his head in the teapot and he didn't know that Jerry threw some dynamite in it and his face came out like and his eyes were big. That's what they looked like.
I just got into a very long thread and it cracked me up because I called Candace Owens. It was about Candace Owens. And I said, and this was just yesterday, or the day before, she's proof that there's such a thing as a black white supremacist.
She is.
Somebody challenged me on it and he got really nasty. And I said to him, oh, he said that black people can't be white supremacists.
Yes, they can.
I said, tell me,
wait a minute.
We went through this.
Wait a minute.
We went through this thread arguing, and I finally said, "Do you remember when she got on the national stage and announced over and over there's no such thing as racism in this country? Do you remember when she said, I have never been the subject of racism. I've never seen it."
Liar.
And she broadcast that constantly until
she was in a lawsuit because of racism.
Until the lawsuit was exposed where she sued because of racism against her. I said, yes. I said this all politely. I didn't even get nasty. I said, do you remember that? I'm still waiting and I haven't gotten a response.
Mickey, why didn't you tag me in that? That's the kind of stuff I would. I'm like, excuse me. Yes, black people can too be white supremacists.
Well, the funny thing is, he argued with everything I said, one after the other after the other.
No, yes,
after I very calmly and politely said, Candace did this, she did this, and the lie was proven, he hasn't responded.
No, because he knows good and well black people can be white supremacists.
Well, look at what I call, rhinestones and burlap, diamond and silk.
Those two are paid actors. There's no way that they think like that.
Well, so is Candace Owens. She had a blog for a couple of years where she bashed Trump. She was so far to the left that she was to my left. She bashed Trump with nasty, not just bashed what he did, but she was nasty about it. She did that nonstop until they offered her money, and all of a sudden she had an awakening.
Yeah. And that's the thing that it gets me is this is where, again, I'm sorry, I'm really pushing for journalists right now because, oh gosh, there's so many locked up and so many lives in danger, especially female journalists. And that's in Hong Kong, that's everywhere. But one of the things is this is where journalism needs to, just like we saw Jonathan Snow and other people did it to, or Jonathan Swan, I should say, and other people do, call him on it, question him on it, get her in front of a mic. If she wants to be in front of a mic, then get her, then say, Candace, really, you say there's no racism? Then why did you have a lawsuit in regards to racism? Mm-hmm. Oh, Trump is all wonderful. Okay, that was previous to going on his paycheck because we have proof at this point when you started to receive funds, you're like, call people on it. It isn't, because the thing is, you know what, if you're true to your beliefs that you want to go public, like all of us are, and our wonderful Talisha that isn't with us this week, because Talisha got sick, like this is the point where we need to start telling people, you know what, that feeling inside, that fear isn't from us. It's not from the left. It's been fed to you by the corporations that stopped you fighting for yourself and for your neighbor. It got you fighting yourself and your true feelings. Exactly. Like like the Christians and the evangelicals. All of your belief is based on helping your fellow man. All of it.
No, that's when it's convenient. That's when the
and there isn't no convenience. Christ didn't function on convenience when he went through all of the tribulations. Neither did his disciples. And that's the thing is, and that's with every religion. Muhammad wasn't an evil, like it's such a corruption for political means. And the thing is, and people don't want to accept that. They don't want to accept that the reality of their fear has been imposed on them by corporations wanting them and by the churches wanting to push it. Why do, their agenda. And it's been going on since, the evolution of communities and we have as people.
Yep.
But the thing is, at one point we called them out, and our journalists, this is where our journalism, and we have to support our journalists so they can call them out. So the corporate journalists aren't winning because they aren't journalists. They're corporate commercials. Fox,
Yeah,
Mhm.
and
Fox
I found the
Entertainment,
clips. Yep.
CNN Entertainment. None of them
Okay.
are news. The fact that their biggest news break, what was one of them this week I saw was, oh, Kardashian did something. Who cares? You're bombing other countries. You have a pandemic going on. I really don't care where that fake big butt girl and what she's done with her life. I really don't. I care about the vets living on the street. I care about people not getting health care. I care about a guy who got blown up in a bomb and now has a $1.3 million hospital bill. I
Yeah, I
have
saw
all the
that.
people that, yes, be honest, after this COVID and this long-term COVID, the money that right now the medical industry in the US is looking at for the treatment, those are all pre-existing conditions. Those people are going to be going broke for the next
Yep.
5 to 10 years from this because it's pre-existing. So there's going to be no coverage.
Exactly. And I found the clip that I was talking about. So you guys know that, not to totally change the subject, but it gets back to what we were talking about with Nina. I'm in this group called the People's Party because I was just frustrated. And then I'm pretty sure I'm going to leave the group after this because I'm going to read.
I've been considering leaving them too.
I'm going to read this one because this one, I'm like, wait a minute. So this person named Dorian Michael Armetro Sanchez posted after her silence of forced to vote, her talking down the movement and saying you will be disappointed at me too. At Nina Turner died to me. So that was dumb. But then I read the comments that went along with it. Let me see the one that I was really ready to throw something. Oh, here it is. So James Foxworth puts, to every one of you keeping the fire on the feet of the progressives, from the Justice Democrats, our revolution, local Bernie crats is scattered. Okay, so Bernie is a sheepdog. Nina and the squad are the fraud squad because they are swallowed up by the corrupt party. So when are you guys going to tell us who should we be supporting, etc.? He goes on and on and on and on, goes on and on and on. This kind of stuff, I was like, looky here. I know Nina's not perfect. I know that. But this, I was like, y'all got to be joking. Why would she run on the People's Party? That doesn't make sense.
And the thing is, this desire to have our politicians be perfect.
They're not.
It's an illusion. It's an illusion that's being again created because if we put them on the pedestal, then they can be kicked off the pedestal. But if we actually accept the politicians, and that's literally all let's go back. Their job is to serve us. They are employees. And people need to start treating them like employees. They haven't earned, they haven't worked for, they shouldn't be receiving this grandiose above the people. You are an employee. Therefore, when you don't do your job, you can be fired. Therefore, as an employee, you should be protected from some of the things like all employees are. If you have a drug problem, you're sent to rehab. If you have and the thing is, politicians, let's make them human. And then maybe they'll have less penchant for lying. because they won't have to cover up all their foibles of being actually a human.
But you know what? This is the thing about being progressive, because I don't, and it all goes back to that force to vote, which I still think, I'm like, wait a minute, y'all not making no sense to me. I don't want. At one point, I think I understood where they were trying to go, but they just went all over. I'm like, no, bring it back. But to say, because they voted for Pelosi, like you said, who else were they going to vote for? Who, like, okay, there's not enough progressives for them to get someone in. There's not. So why don't we concentrate on getting progressives in? So to call them the fraud squad, to do all the things, I'm like, yeah, I'm so out of this group. I can't. I'm like, no.
I've left 3 groups this past week, and the People's Party is one of the other one of 2 or 3 more that I'm considering leaving. It's like these groups are getting infiltrated, and not by Trump trolls, not necessarily by Trump trolls who are obvious. It's by people, it's infiltrators who are pretending to be on our side, but are very, very carefully undermining, very carefully.
We saw it in the Young Turks group that I started, the one that's 8,000 strong that we had to land up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. And we saw it within that. And what you've got to remember is one of the aspects, and everyone keeps kind of backing away from it. Cambridge Analytica wasn't an anomaly. The fact that of how our data and how our algorithms are being manipulated right now and sold is a major factor. And one of the things is their understanding is if you can get into these groups and start turning people and start instigating situations, when you have people like yourself, Tracy, and Mickey on there, and Talisha saying, these are the facts, right? Like you did with Candace Owen, right? And then that person totally backed away. That's because hopefully maybe he or she went and had a think about it, went, oh my gosh, right? Because obviously they didn't get back. But then you get people that want to push and get the facts altered. They want the alternative facts, and they want to manipulate the situation. They want to bring up the things that you're going, oh, well, do you know that so-and-so had an extramarital affair? And because hey, you know, like little, it's innocuous, but it's an infiltration. And don't doubt that they're paying a lot of money to make sure it happens. Because as the progressives get stronger, when literally we have a liberal government in Canada discussing UBI, these are the corporate, like liberals are big corporate, right? Federal liberals are the big corporate party, right? And they're discussing UBI, that means the progressive voices are being heard. That means people are learning.
Not just the US, but many countries around the world, the people are getting more and more progressive. And that's why the governments are getting more and more right wing. They're fighting to save their lives because the people are becoming more progressive. Look at our progressive policies in the US. Medicare for all, Green New Deal, $15 minimum. The vast majority, including Republicans, of the voters are for these policies.
Yeah.
And that's why the government fights so hard against them.
And then you look at Brexit, same as in the UK. The thing is, Brexit was sold a bill of goods that was absolutely corrupt and lies. And now you have a serious problem in the UK with it's being implemented. And it's going to prove to be such a huge detriment to that nation. And the thing is, and right now, you literally have a conflict that for once we had quiet right in Belfast in Ireland. Now we have them fighting again. How many decades did we watch that happen?
I grew up with decades of knowing that Ireland was in turmoil. And then when it finally stopped, I was like, it was almost sudden. It seemed sudden after decades of knowing what it was like. All of a sudden there was peace. Now it's erupting again.
Yeah. Thank you, Boris Johnson. Bam Bam did a really good job.
Yep.
It took us how many decades?
You call him Bam Bam?
that's Boris Johnson. Boris
Oh, I
Johnson.
thought you meant like the Flintstone car. I'm like, wait a minute.
No, Boris Johnson is called Bam Bam after the Flintstones cartoon.
Okay.
Yeah. No, he had that nickname when he was the mayor.
I call him Trump Jr.
Yeah, that's what I call him. Cause don't be insulting Bam Bam. Bam Bam is innocent.
Yeah. Well, Boris Johnson is, but it's the same as, like, you saw what they did to Bernie. They did the exact same thing to Jeremy Corbyn in the UK.
Yep.
They went after him, and there's a good example of your anti-Semitism, that they accused him of being anti-Semitic when actually his political record, and that's the thing, is when you do the go fact yourself, is the exact opposite. His political record and how he voted, but because he refused to do what everybody does, oh, blessed thee Israel, yes, you get to keep blowing up Palestine, all of a sudden he's anti-Semitic. All because he spoke out, just going, we need to relook at things. Then they've got we shoot ourselves in the foot as progressives harder than anybody else, and we allow everybody else to pull the trigger on us. And it's hopefully things will change, and they have to. We've got
to change
the world to say.
Yeah, we've got to, because if you even look at the way this group is fighting, I'm like, are these people real? Like, I'm questioning whether these are real people, because to say, and again, nobody's perfect. I'm not, you're not, you're not, nobody is. You can disagree with a politician. Two problems with that. When Jimmy Dore was fostering his whole force of vote,
money-making enterprise.
Yes. There was two problems with that. One is, you don't start with somebody that doesn't represent you. She's not if you were in her district, that's when I say, okay, it's appropriate for you to engage her. It's not appropriate for me to engage AOC as much as I love her, Nina Turner as much as I love her, because they don't represent me. The person I need to be engaging is my Congressman Andre Carson. That's who I need to be engaging, because that's my congressperson. Why am I wasting my time with all these other people? And that's where
like I said, that it's infiltrators. We can see the Trump trolls. They're obvious. These are people who are being paid and who are trained to very gently sway our minds. But they're not beating us over the head with a club. They're just giving us little prods.
Did you watch when they did the whole force of vote? Because when I thought, well, you know what, I'm going to listen to this idea. The people that they got to be on board for that, I was like, wait a minute, Brianna Joy, girl, sit down somewhere. And she's still doing shows like AOC's missing the mark. Girls, if you don't sit down somewhere.
That's my Jess that I'm hugging and kissing.
How is she doing?
Yeah, how are you doing, Jess? This is Tracy and Mickey.
Hey.
Hi. We were worried about you, Jess. How are you?
I'm good. I'm doing better.
Okay.
Good.
Just went out for a drive up to Buffalo, and Mickey like, oh, you've got eyeshadow on and everything.
Yeah, Mommy's got makeup on.
Makeup? I forgot what that is.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, what?
I haven't even bothered to make believe I have eyebrows anymore.
I see Jess is here. I see Jess is here. Okay.
Good.
So yes, we've been having a very enlightening discussion in regards to the U.S. military-industrial complex, etc. I would like to say also present in the room with Jess is her partner, Casey. And I have to say, Casey is descendant of a woman who was an American who fought the American industrial complex and actually left it to come to Canada. He is a descendant of a woman who built one of the first northern libraries in Canada and came up as part of with draft dodging from the U.S. I'm sorry. Yes. Yeah. That's
You didn't introduce your other child, the big
Okay,
black.
no, Casey. Casey, that's just
No, the big black one that was licking
Yeah,
your
the
face.
black
Oh,
dog.
my baby. Oh,
You
here,
didn't
come here.
introduce us
Say
to
hi.
Callie.
Come here. Say hi, sweetheart. You got to sit up. Up. Come here. Up. Oh, she goes, I'm not. Oh, yes.
Hi, Callie.
Oh, see, Mickey says hi. She's looking at the screen.
Callie. Hi, Callie.
Mickey.
But I tell you what, I'm just like, wait a minute. It's just like I just keep wondering, are these real people? They can't be. They can't be real. Like y'all not making no sense to me.
They were paid and they were trained
How
how to
much
do
are
it.
they being paid? Because
They're,
I'm
they're
in the wrong
doing
career.
it.
I'm
They're
in the
paid.
wrong line of work.
They're paid to do it very subtly. You know, if you get bashed over the head with the club, you know what that means. But if
Yep.
they're being subtle, it's just to put a little hint of a doubt in your head, and they'll build on it and build on it.
Have you watched any of Brianna Joy's podcasts lately?
No.
I had to stop. I'm like, girl, if you don't sit yourself down somewhere, she's doing the whole fraud squad thing. I'm like, girl, no, stop it. You can criticize them when we all said, hey, they need to drop names. Stop this with the protecting them. Call their literal names. We presented the criticism and then we gave a solution. They're just presenting the criticism and the solution is just, we don't know. It's somewhere.
You know, the liberals saying we can't criticize our own sounds no different than Trump's cult. He can do no wrong.
Yep.
These people are doing the same thing.
Yep.
I love Bernie. We all know I love Bernie. I've loved him since he was still in Vermont, not even as a senator. I can criticize him. There are things I don't like that he's done. Does that make me hate him? No, I still love him.
Yeah, but the way they're going about it, I'm like, you know what? Y'all can't be real people. There's some Russian bots that are behind it. I'm like, this is wrong.
No, they're DNC bots. They're corporate Dem bots.
But why stop the People's Party? They don't have enough people to do anything.
They don't want to take a chance.
Because it's growing. It's growing. The movement is growing. Yes. The people are becoming more progressive. The voters.
I'm talking about the People's Party. I'm like, it's
growing. But the voters are becoming more progressive. So that gives the People's Party more of a chance of growing. Corporate Dems can't have that happen.
And look at the money that Bernie got in his donations. Yeah, that made them nervous. Trust me, those numbers made them nervous.
Did she raise like 2.3 million or 3.2 million?
I don't remember.
It's one of the two. It's one of the two she raised, and I'm like, oh boy, the DNC. What? I keep wondering what tricks are they gonna pull. I'm like, okay.
Of course, they will back the most corporate Dem that's running against her. They will back them.
But
they will back them with endorsements. They'll get every corporate Dem to endorse the one they want. They'll spend money on ads, and they will spend money to bash her.
Because she's in the fundraising league, and that's why I'm like, okay, because I keep waiting on them to do something, because I'm like, they're not going to let this go. They're not going to.
Oh, they no doubt.
Oh, no, something's going to happen. Something's going to happen soon. Because as those money start, like the millions, then they start to get, they're going to worry. Because
I don't even know if anybody else is even close to what she's raised. I don't even know. I don't know what the second place person has raised. But I know
it's so far as of 5 days ago, she's raised 2.2 million.
Yeah, I know it was one or the other.
2.2 million. So, and which Dem have they appointed any Dems to run against her yet?
Oh, there's a whole list of them.
There's a whole list of them.
There's a bunch of them.
Have they identified which one that they're going to make their poster child?
Yep.
I haven't investigated them enough yet.
Yeah, I'm
There's
gonna
too
tell
many.
you.
There's too many. We need some to drop out before we can do that.
And some of them, I'm like, boy, you don't got no chance of winning. Sit yourself down.
And that's why they're there.
Yeah, divide the vote up. Divide the vote up. That's what they were hoping to do with Bernie. And the thing is, they weren't succeeding. That's when they had to, like last time, push forward Hillary, and this time shove Biden down everybody's throat.
Do you realize that the DNC spent $15 million on a Stop Bernie campaign?
Yep, they sure did.
15 million.
Wow. Think of how much that would have helped people.
And
Not only if they hadn't spent it and they had donated it to food banks, etc., but actually, in the end result, and Bernie getting elected, how much that would have helped people. So
Well,
literally,
they can't have that.
cannot help.
But their corporate donors would not donate that 15 million to start with.
No.
Okay, so here's an article I read. They said there, besides Nina, they have basically this article is about her. I can't even find the name of the other two people. I'm like, okay, I'm looking at this article and I'm literally like, who? Literally this article doesn't even name them. I'm like, okay, who are they talking about? Okay, Minority Leader Kenny Yoko. Oh no, those are the people that endorsed Nina. Keep on, y'all keep talking. I'm gonna find this because now I'm curious.
Yeah, there was three representatives that endorsed Nina yesterday.
Yep, including finally Bernie Sanders. I'm like, man, what took you so long? He took a long time. I'm like, hey, you better get your stuff together. This is
it's a point of we're going to be running up against the corporate PR and the corporate media. And the thing that's making them scared is the same thing that made them scared in the 60s and 70s. And as Mickey and I have lived through it, is what did they do? That's when they brought us Reagan, Thatcher, and Mulroney for our three countries. And then they trickled down economics and the whole thing. And that's when they pushed back and they changed the laws to allow the lobbying. They changed the laws to allow all of this stuff to happen.
And ended the fairness doctrine so that the fake news could grow.
Yep. Okay, here's some names. Finally, somebody named Chantel Brown, former city council person Jeff Johnson, John Barnes, some other people I have no idea.
See, and this is where we need to look at it. See, and what should happen, and this is what I think in the media, is we should have a list and they literally should have their validated, proven resume for every one of those candidates. This is what they have done in their life.
Well, I mean, there's some more names. Brian Flaherty, Taki Shabazz, Shirley Smith. Of course, that's it. And Nina's leading all of them in fundraising. She's like well ahead of the pack.
I haven't seen any polls. Have you?
No, I haven't.
She says she's leading in fundraising. So even if they came out like an attacker, she's got enough money to run commercials, which is good.
And she's also getting free commercials from progressive places that they can do it. Because I know TYT has made a couple of them now. And that's the thing is that's how we're going to win is people have to volunteer. People have to work hard. And we also have to make a point of being willing to say, you know what? Okay, they did that, but they're human. And this is the thing is I find like back to Tracy we've all said this. The Democrats work at losing. They make every effort to work at losing. Like if somebody is running and then you find out something from their past, okay, we'll bring up, say, this is totally hypothetical. So we have a person that has worked in the and the east side, like, well, I'll use Vancouver downtown east side as a volunteer, has organized the community, has done all of these things, and now is running for an elected office. And of course, what we find out is part of the reason they were such an effective person is they used to be a sex worker.
Yeah.
In the right. Who cares?
Yep.
All I should care about is what that person has done for, he or she has done for the community, what they are doing now in community organizing, how they are volunteering. I don't really care what they did in their previous life, or say if they were a drug addict in their previous life. Then maybe a bit more concerned because we know that they have this medical issue, but if they had landed up overcoming it and dealing with it, move forward, do the best that you can do. We have to stop with this pedestals, because these pedestals that we go for are the same things that have allowed for these reality TV show people to get into politics. Like when we have people like, I don't know, what has Caitlyn Jenner done for her community? For oh yes, she came out vocally against the trans, but really, did she do it for them or did she do it for herself?
You mean like vocally for them or vocally against them?
Pardon?
You said, I thought you said against them. I'm like, but Caitlyn.
No, for them. Like, what has Caitlyn Jenner done for her community, but beyond the trans community? And did she really do it for the trans community, or did she do it for herself? Because the thing is, did she donate any of the money that she earned from her TV shows to the trans community and the LGBTQ community? There's a difference between somebody being a spokesperson and then somebody living the life and walking the walk and really believing it. Like, for example, yes, we always go back to Bernie, but you know what? We have pictures of Bernie fighting the good fight. We have pictures for decades of Bernie fighting the good fight. And we have pictures and videos and written statements of Biden making racist decisions and making racist statements.
And being on the floor of the council, being on the floor of the Senate called for the cut of Social Security, but of course he never said that.
By the way, we Social Security recipients still have not received the $1,400.
Oh my goodness. And that's the thing is, if somebody was like Biden previously and did this, and he is like this now, because as far as I'm concerned, until you apologize, until you admit, and until you make some kind of recompense, you haven't changed. You've just altered your script.
And
Who you are as a person hasn't changed at all.
He has a proven history
Correct.
of pathological lying and plagiarism. And this history goes back to his college days. It started then. So we're talking a long history. He still lies constantly to this day, and nobody calls him out on it.
Yep, guys, I'm going to share my screen because I just found something real interesting. I'm like, wait a minute. Got to show y'all guys this one because this is interesting. Because I was like, well, who's running against Nina? And I just went to their websites, and none of them are working. So I'm going to see, does it work on my phone? I mean, my computer. Well, if I could type running against.
My best friend is moving here from Winnipeg. The one who lost my other best friend, the wife is moving here now, and she makes the most awesome gumbo.
Okay, let me go to Wikipedia. So here are all the people. Let me see if I go to their website because none of their websites are working. I'm like, oh, there they are. Okay.
Oh, who's the picture?
This is John Barnes.
And who's that with him there?
That's Michelle and Barack Obama.
Yeah, well, there's you go. There's your poster.
Now we know.
DNC.
Well, no, there's another guy. There's another guy saying he wants to be a part of the Biden team. Now this guy, he ain't got no chance in this highly black district. I'm like,
Tracy, you just showed us that Barnes is going to be the front runner with the DNC.
I got contention. I got a contender. Well,
I kind of like that woman on the bottom. She looks pretty good.
I like that blonde woman at the bottom there with the glasses.
This guy said he wanted to be on Biden's team.
No, the thing is, no, they're doing that thing on the Biden team right now where they're gonna profess diversity. They're gonna pick the black person to run
Yep.
up against Nina. I can.
And
Oh yeah.
Obama's buddy. Though I'm putting my money on Barnes.
Yeah, I
You gonna
bet
put your money on Barnes? I'm
Yep.
gonna put. Let me put. This lady right here is the one that said that Nina was a leftist, so we don't like her already.
Said she was a leftist.
A leftist. I'm like, and
That's yo asshole. That's why we love her.
thank you. And you would.
And what are her accomplishments? Oh, another.
Oh, is that Obama?
Where? Yep.
Yep. And where's her
Wow.
accomplishments?
Well,
Here's
that's even better because not only is she black, but she's a woman.
But
Oh
she
yeah.
She's got endorsements. I mean, I'll give it to her, but Nina's got more. But
Maybe I'll have to switch my bet to Chantel.
this is who
Yep,
I got
that's
my
what
money
I'm
on.
wondering too. Just
Because
because of the
she's
male
younger.
and female.
Yep, she's younger and she's a black female. Yep, this is who I got my money on right here.
Okay, what are her accomplishments, Tracy?
I don't see she doesn't.
Click on it. It's at the top.
Okay.
Chantel works at community park.
Amazon Fulfillment Center in North Randall brought more than 2,000 full-time. Girls, sit down.
I wouldn't brag about that.
Why you? Thank you. I'm just about to say, why you? Casino revenue. Girls, sit down. See, nah. See,
And who are her donors?
Now you know they're not gonna tell the donors.
Well, Open Secrets does. What's her name? Chantel what?
Chantel Brown.
Chantel Brown.
Are you going on Open Secrets, Mickey?
Yep.
Yeah, go to Open Secrets because I want to.
And I'd like to mention her accomplishments. I would like to say whether she campaigned or pushed for them because they all seem generic decisions that were made.
Look at that. She don't even got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Nothing that she could have been.
And none of it that wasn't corporate driven. Rocket Mortgage Arena, Metro, all of them corporate driven. I don't see,
anything. Yeah, my money on this one. Obama's not gonna. This one. This is my money on for them to put up against Nina. I could be totally wrong, but I'm like my money on her.
Okay, and Open Secrets, where's she getting money from, Mickey?
Oh, her money came from the organization's PACs, not from individuals.
Yep.
So she's
Subsidies and affiliates. It's not. Yep.
Now let's look at Nina's website just to compare, because I love to compare. Now Nina don't have accomplishments, which I wish she would. She doesn't have it.
Meet Nina. See what it says. Meet Nina.
That just talks about her background, because I've been to this website like
there's not many listed for Chantel Brown yet.
Can you believe that's her without her glasses? I was like, oh.
There she is. There's her accomplishments, but it should be set out separately. There's a paragraph that.
Yeah, but she doesn't say a whole lot about herself. But look at these endorsements. Watch this. This is where I wanted to pay attention to. Look at all these. Look at all these.
Well, let's see. For Chantel, the corporate Olympic Steel was a big donor.
Yep. I'm still going on Nina's endorsements, and you want to hold it?
Independence Excavating, huge donor.
How do we get our name on there, Tracy?
We're not
Progressive Queens. We should get our name on there.
Yeah, okay. Good luck with that one, because I go to her site at least 20 times a day. I'm not even lying.
Well, I think what we should have is a show dedicated to Nina Turner.
I've been trying to email her media person request an interview, but they haven't got back to me yet. But I figure it's because of the campaign.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're super busy, but that's the thing is we can go forward and make our own. This is Nina and say, on her website she doesn't discuss her accomplishments. We're gonna discuss her
We're
accomplishments.
gonna prop her up her own self. Watch this.
Yeah,
And make sure we
exactly.
advertise that coming show everywhere, because there are people who love Nina who are going to want to hear it.
Yep.
Okay, now this is Shirley Smith. Shirley ain't got no chance. Cause look at Shirley's site. Shirley ain't got no. Shirley's got a picture with Obama too.
Oh, she's a military, aerospace and defense.
Oh no! Wait a minute.
Hard work and perseverance landed Shirley executive positions with American corporations specializing in aerospace and defense technology,
wait a minute.
military
good.
machine instruments, and a brand development manager of a number one
She's
Fortune 500
she's
software.
bragging about that. She's bragging about that.
Yeah,
I would hide that.
and she's soft drink company. I believe that's the responsibility of type 2 diabetes pretty much globally is South.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. What is it?
Oh,
Go back
good.
up. There was something about
Clinton.
cosmetology. Worked with the
Also
Ohio.
for-
She's got Clinton. Oh,
Clinton.
Oh,
Oh boy, we want this woman.
badly. Wait a minute. Here's the point. Listen, currently she is.
Oh, it's supported
registered
by
as-
John Cage.
Hold on, wait a minute. Y'all can get this part. Currently, she is registered as an Ohio lobbyist. I'm done. I'm done.
Wow.
After retiring from the Ohio Senator, the governor of Ohio, John Cage, appointed her to the Ohio Parole Board. Ugh.
Kasich. That's a hell of an endorsement.
Yeah, really.
What? Issues. Oh, and she supports the ACA with the stupid public option. I can't. Oh, gosh.
The only thing that annoys me about that public option is it's saying it's available to anyone who wants it, but they leave out the last few
Oh, wait a
words
minute, y'all.
and
Hold
can't
on.
afford it.
Wait a minute. She's got pictures with him.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
How do
Well-
we say it? The band of deplorables? Are we allowed to say
it's given how most people feel about
Al
Hillary,
Gore,
I'm
too?
guessing.
Oh, man. Okay.
Al Gore? I know. I like Al Gore, though.
Girl, sit down somewhere.
Mm-hmm. No, she's just showing that she knows all the.
I think she's just
studies.
showing she knows all these people because she has literally no endorsements on her page. Like, literally. Like, I can't even find them. I'm like, okay. Yes.
Do you think, given how people, even Democrats, feel about Hillary, do you really think it's a good idea to have your picture up with her?
That's what I'd be like. I'd be hiding it. And she went to the, wait a minute, this Tariq Shabazz, though. I gotta go with this. So this is the only one I haven't been to. Oh, no, not a man.
He's a young fellow. Let's go down. Let's see what his elective progress. This is our moment. What's he fighting for?
Girl.
He's fighting for donations.
Yeah,
The
he's
issues.
got a biography. Hold on.
Is married to an amazing woman. He was born and raised in the.
Oh, he went to that. He sought to become the change that he sought. Oh boy, this is the Obama one. He's enlisted in the United States Navy. He ain't did nothing. Oh no, he ain't did nothing.
Well, he's done a lot. He served in the military.
I mean, he served in the military, but like politically, he ain't done nothing.
Well, if he's working on being the change, where is his volunteering with the food banks? Where is his
That's what I'm like. Wait a
volunteering?
minute. Hold on. Let's be fair to him. I'm gonna go to the issues.
Reparations. Well, there we agree.
Well, there. Okay, he got that going for him.
Yeah. Did you see the thing from Brooke today? Brooke Thomas about the family, the Bruce family in California. The Bruce Family Resort, they're going to get back their piece of beach that was taken for eminent domain. The family might be getting it back.
You know what?
No.
was the Black Beach in California, and it was a resort, and the government took it away from the family, and they're getting it back. They could be winning it back. Their descendants.
Hey guys,
And there's people arguing about it. It was on Brooke Thomas's Twitter feed. It was so cool because she's saying it's nice, this is part of it. Reparations doesn't just go back to
wait
slavery.
a minute, guys.
Reparations goes back to the Jim Crow and all the other things. Same as reparations in Canada just doesn't go back to when they took the land from the natives initially. All the years and decades where they kept taking things from the people of color and the indigenous and the Black people for decades after.
He's for Medicare for all.
This guy's a Nina clone. He's for Medicare for all. He's for ending the prison pipeline. He's against cash and bail, and he's for reparations.
Well, he just needs to go and work with Nina.
Mm-hmm.
But he hasn't said anything he's done. I'm like, oh, I mean,
he's just starting.
Poor child.
His agenda. So he hasn't done anything.
He hasn't done anything, which, okay.
If Nina wasn't running, he would be an option. If we could hear him talk and read. But the bad part is if they haven't done anything yet, there's always the query of what happens when they start to get involved, when somebody walks in with that $10,000 check or that $20,000 check. We know Nina would tell them to take that check and, put it to better use if they were a bad place. But there's a lot of people that won't do that. Once that, like the Candace Owenses of the world, their tune will change depending who's paying for the piper.
Oh, wait a minute, this may be the one that the Dems want. This guy says, I have always supported President Joe Biden and VP Kamala Harris. The 11 congressional voters overwhelmingly voted for them in 2020 primary and general elections. I will go to Congress and continue to stand with them oh Lordy, I can't with some of these people.
You know what part that hits me is I'm looking at Cleveland and he's saying, I've been doing this for the city of Cleveland for how many years? Really, how good is Cleveland doing right now? Like you always go back and go, yeah, you've been doing it for 20 years, but considering the state of affairs right now, maybe you shouldn't be bragging about it.
What have you succeeded at?
Yeah, what have you succeeded at? What have you done? I always like that line. What have you done for me lately? Look at Nina, just even on the wiki, she's got that list. Doesn't even have to start.
Wait a minute. I mean, it's just, I'm like, that poor little boy, he ain't doing nothing, poor little child.
What that young fellow should do
is go
approach Nina and say, how do I go? What do I need to do? And you go up to Congress. Where do I need to be running? Why isn't he running for city? Like, why isn't he doing down ballot? We need the down ballots just as much as we need everything else.
Exactly.
Trump into Congress with no experience and knowledge on laws and rules and regulations and how to manage people at a huge scale.
There's really literally no polling. All it tells me is who's fouling. I already know who's fouling.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know how much Nina's beating these people.
What was that recent? Go back up. There was a recent something poll. What was that? Recent survey findings, U.S. opinion poll.
Yeah, I already clicked that one. It didn't have anything. I'm like, that don't tell me. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. See, okay, let's see.
Clinical research, global poll data, poll history.
I just found one.
What? And?
November.
Yeah, but I want something recent.
Yeah, that's all that came up.
Well, the thing is, they have to pay for the polling, and the thing is, there isn't any, don't they?
I don't know.
I always thought news media did that on their own.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, they aren't going to want to bring attention to Nina's. They aren't going to want to bring attention to Nina's race.
Let me ask
because right now she's fully in the lead. Why would you want to bring attention to that?
She may not be. Mickey, is she in the lead in the poll that you're looking at?
Wait a minute. There's an update April 9th. That's yesterday.
She may not be in the lead. Although
Oh,
I'd
you gotta be kidding me.
be shocked. I'd be like, huh? What's wrong with y'all?
Hold it. What's this? September. Oh, forget that. March. What is this? Oh, Beacon Journal.
It's not letting me click on the 11th district.
Put it in the chat and then I'll put it on this board.
I don't know how to do that.
Okay, give me the website address. Wait a minute, I know how to do it. Hold on.
So this one this is the one that used to be there.
Yep.
Fudge. So they're used to electing female Black women.
Yep.
And so that Chantel could be a problem for Nina.
Yeah, because she's younger.
I sent you the website, the address
Okay.
in a message, private in a,
I'm
yeah.
gonna stop the share for a second. Oh, you sent it on Facebook.
Yeah. I don't know how else to do it.
You basically go down the chat, but let me go back to share screen.
Okay, and
But I got it now. I got it. Don't worry about it. Okay.
let me see if I can do it. Just to do it. Did you get it? Did you get it?
Yeah, I see the message. Hold on a second.
Okay, so I send it through chat. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. So all I gotta do is cut, select. Oh shoot, I forgot I can't cut and paste. Ah. Nope, I still gotta type it. Hold on.
You can click on the one in the chat.
No, I
right?
can't.
Because when I hover over it, it highlights.
Okay, hold on a second. No, but the article won't come open on my computer. I can click it, but it's not doing anything.
So can we share? I want to the second.
Oh, there it is. Hold on a second. Here it come. Here it come. Here it come. Here it comes. Okay, now I'm going to share. Okay, here we go. Okay. Okay. So let's see.
You have to go to the top to click on the Ohio and then
11th.
11th.
See, it's not even letting me select 11th.
It's not letting me select it.
Yeah, because they don't have the numbers.
Yeah.
So it's the latest poll, but it doesn't have the 11th district.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that don't tell me nothing.
No.
I want Nina to be crushing these people.
When is it? August? It's August 3rd, I think.
August the 3rd. I'm like, no, I want to know now.
That's 4 months away. There should be.
I know. I'm like,
Here, I sent that thing about Brooke on air. It made me happy this morning. It was a good news thing for me.
yeah, I was so disappointed when that Alabama discussion came. I was like, what? What? Yeah, they don't have it. They ain't going it.
No.
Click on that Brooke on air so you can see your talk about that family. I think that's just awesome. Oh, Kelly moved the light.
I like the way this reporter is doing all them extra isms. Oh, that's Brooke Thomas. Okay.
Yes. Click on it. It was a good thing to see here today.
Okay.
Share it.
I had to click on that, type it in there. I'm like, oh, that's Brooke Thomas.
I just put it in in Messenger so I can watch it later?
Yeah, I'm like, oh, that's so nice. Boy, because oh yeah, you guys don't know the latest thought that has came to my mind.
Hmm.
Uh-oh.
So yeah. So Indianapolis is gonna have a city county race in 2022.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Person that don't got nothing else to do with her life because she really needs a man is sort of maybe thinking maybe she should just throw her little name in the ring.
Yeah.
And she doesn't know whether she wants to or not.
Well, the thing is,
Yeah.
what you got to think about is even you don't look at it as winning. What you do is look at it same way we're working on saving the world is getting the issues out there, getting the
Yeah,
voice.
the
Even if
first
you
thing you
can get
have
on
to
a
do,
stage and ask questions and
sit
just push
down,
the truth.
sit down and write out your platform first.
Hmm.
And it'll take you a while to change it and adjust it and write that out first, get that solidified in your mind.
Yeah.
But I
And all
don't.
the and all the facts of why you've come to this decision, why it is necessary, why we have to do
But
this.
I don't think it's necessary though. See, I think I'd be a great campaign manager. I would be a fantastic, outstanding campaign manager. No doubt about it. But
Hmm.
a candidate? Ooh. Because I
I could
know
never
me.
be a candidate.
I'm so super competitive. If I didn't think like I'm going to win, period. I don't want to hear anything about losing. I don't want to talk about losing. No, I'm not going to hear it.
Then
And I,
don't think about it and like put it together. The thing is,
Yeah.
what's wrong is, and this is part of, like we were saying, putting people on pedestals. There's a lot of progressives. One of the reasons a lot of people are progressive is because they've seen all of the aspects of life. They've been there, done that, and they've got the scars to prove it. And they've
I
made
definitely got
choices
scars.
and they've made decisions and they've changed their viewpoint or whatever. And that's how they become progressive, because they were open minded. But those same open minded people, when you put them on a political platform, will get crucified by the conservative and the corporate Dems. They'll find out about something in their past that they can go, oh, did you know so and so did
Yeah,
this?
that's where I'm constructing.
But Tracy, you don't have to decide this minute. Write out your platform, write out what you want, write out a whole bunch of different plans. And as you're developing this, you may come to the decision that yes, I will, or no, I won't run.
Yep,
Don't make the decision now. Get everything worked out
yep.
first, and then decide from there.
And how important this is for you, because you have a passion. Look at what you're doing already with Tracy Media. You're not doing it for a big benefit of Tracy. You're doing it for a benefit of getting the information out there and having other voices speak to the forefront. You're already doing these things. So this is a passion for you. This is important for you. So do you want to take it that next step further?
Yeah, and that's where I'm hesitating because I'm like, oh man, I
But
got so.
don't even think about deciding now.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm
You've
not
got
right because I'm
you have
like,
a lot of time. Write everything out. Put everything in
well,
black
you
and
know what,
white.
Mickey, I'm gonna slightly disagree with you because I'm not one of those last minute persons, and I'm like, this
You
already
have 2 years, right? So you
2022. This is 2021.
okay, so you have a year.
Mm-hmm.
No, because the primary's in May, and
This
that
May?
A
no
This
year and
May?
a,
next May.
So
so
you
a
have a
year and a
year.
month.
I have a whole
Yeah.
year,
Yeah.
and
So you have a couple months.
I have a couple weeks, and I'll tell you why I have a couple weeks, and I'll tell you why I'm thinking the way I think. One, well, do I run as a Democrat? Do I run, even though publicly I have despised, I say I have despised the Democrat Party. If I ran as an independent, I might as well just not do anything because I have no chance of winning. Even though if I ran as an at-large candidate, they put the names in alphabetical order. And my last name starts with a C, so I'd be like somewhere at the top. And I'd be likely to get votes.
So what you could turn around, and the thing is, And I guess this is where the pushback is, how dare, like they do with Bernie and they do with everyone, how dare they run as a Democrat when they denounce the Democratic Party?
Yeah, because
You take a page out of their book and say, you know what? I'm running for the Democratic Party that was and will be. Not
Oh,
the
wow.
Democratic
that's a
Party
That,
that is.
that is brilliant. That's
good. I
brilliant.
like that. Because I'm like, look, I'm running for what used to be and what's going to be, not what it is now. Because y'all garbage.
Yep. Yeah. I'm going for the future. And I know that we have to move forward with progressive. And that's who the Democrats really need to be truly who they are. And this is where, and you cannot, and the thing is, and just say the political parties that were started in this country were started by people. And I'm taking political party back to the people and away from the corporations. They didn't buy, nor did they buy my vote, and I'm not letting them keep ownership of my party.
You have to be her campaign manager.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, wait a minute, can't you? I know you live up there in Canada, but
Yeah.
that because I know my main issue always is gonna be Medicare for all. It's my number one, without a doubt. I'm not backtracking on it. I'm not gonna.
And that's where you have to push. The thing is, these parties have been bought by the corporations. You need to take them back and just say, you know what? The individuals in this party care. They cared enough to run, same as I'm caring enough to run. But I'm going to care even more because I'm going to be taking this party back to the people who cared enough to run, away from the corporate lobbyists.
You just gave her her campaign slogan.
You sure
back
did.
To the people. Back to the people.
Back to the people.
Back to the people. And that's the thing is, that's not saying, then that this way you're not being a hypocrite and saying, how dare she run for the Democratic Party when she condemned it? No, what you're saying is change, just like change is needed everywhere. We have all known that change is needed everywhere. Why is everybody scared of losing their jobs? Why is everybody scared to fight against corporations? Because corporations have financed and publicized politicians that carry forward that same message that status quo is okay. Well, status quo is not okay.
Especially
we're taking back the future for the people and this party for the people.
And yeah, especially our homeless population in the city, it's exploding.
Yep.
Like, look, we got this big mall out here that we're not doing nothing with.
Yep.
Why don't we just turn those into apartments?
And the thing is, you aren't giving people away anything for free. We already pay how much money in taxes. Those people, when you see a homeless person sitting there that's 50 plus years old, are you going to make the assumption that they have never worked for their life? Or how about let's deal in reality, that was that same man or woman that spent 20 years working for, I don't know, Walmart, for Costco, got laid off because they tried to push back. They wanted more hours. Those homeless people's stories. And that's one of the things that you could do, is because that's one of the arguments that everybody pushes forward. Oh, these people never work, pull up their bootstraps, all that BS. That's when you go out and talk to those people, because I know that there's people are homeless that are vets. I know there are homeless people that have worked for 20, 30, 40 years for major retailers that have now been shut down. I know there are people that are homeless that have fallen through the cracks just for the fact of their medical and health issues. It is
in the last 10 years, the biggest cause of homelessness has been medical bills.
Medical bills, exactly.
And the thing is, and in these big cities, with the money that's happening now, like right now in Canada, we have properties that we're like in BC, we're running out of any affordable housing for anybody of a medium income.
Right, because we're
$1.2 million to buy a 2-bedroom house.
There is no place in the United States that anybody could rent even a single room apartment for minimum wage. No place in the United States.
Same as it's getting that way in Canada. 3 people to afford to rent an apartment. In Vancouver, it's almost an impossibility. And that's the thing is, we've created, and what do? We keep throwing more monies at these developers to build more friggin' castles in the sky that nobody can afford to live in.
Exactly. And that's my thing when I was saying, why don't we just take like the thing that frustrates me is, and I know it's happening in New York too, Mickey, is the corporate tax rate is so low.
Yeah.
It's like they aren't paying anything in taxes. Why not tax them
And
on every dollar that they make to finance the apartments for the homeless?
and walk me through why the fact that they shouldn't be paying anything. When I was making a certain amount of money, that was quite a few years ago, our family income, we were paying 50 cents on the dollar. 50 cents. And that was personal income tax. In fact, at one point, I was paying 52% on the dollar because the amount of money So how is that fair for us as individuals? But this corporation doesn't even, what's now, 28% Biden's throwing at them?
No,
Why is
it's,
that?
yeah.
Why is that? I can budget my household, and my household has to function at paying a 50% or 30 or 40% tax rate, but these corporations don't have to. So I guess I must manage my budget better than they do because they can't afford to run. Because that is one of the things that drives me nuts is these corporations that sit there and they make their money and not pay anybody. If you cannot pay your employee a livable wage, you are a failed business.
You shouldn't even go into business if you
Exactly.
can't pay a living wage. If I hope to one day hire employees. If I can't pay a living, what the point of me hiring somebody? Like
I have in the last couple of days, I've run across a bunch of idiots who claim minimum wage is just for kids starting out, just for
no, it's not. It's for people
no,
like my age, like old.
I finally found the quote I needed, a direct quote from FDR, who established the minimum wage, and his reason for establishing it, and it was pretty much what Kat just said. He said it's to make sure you have a livable wage. That's what he said. He said if you can't afford to pay your employees a livable wage, you shouldn't be in business. This is the man who created minimum wage.
Yeah.
But do you remember when way back in the early AOC days when Amazon was trying to build in New York and she came out against it? And people like Cruz, I'm like, yeah, she should have came out against it.
Yep.
Absolutely. People are, oh, we won't get the jobs. No, you can't give tax breaks to corporations to create jobs and they're not paying tax. That literally makes no sense.
And there's the other part that people don't think about, the gentrification. When it comes in, they will kick out all the people out of their poor apartments. They will gentrify those apartments, make them much more expensive, so the people who used to live there can't afford to live there.
It. Oh, how she's against people having jobs. No, she's. If you're going to give tax breaks to businesses, which in theory I'm against, at least give it to Sally's hair shop. At least give it to Bo's barbecue.
And don't forget, Amazon would come in there and only pay minimum wage to the people, and they will import from other states the top executives.
Yep.
And remember that those jobs in Amazon, because they're not unionized, they have no protection. That's what people always seem to forget. So if I decide to turn around and whatever, I have pink hair and blue eyeshadow and black lipstick, and my manager doesn't like me showing up at work like that, I can be fired. And
you
I have
can be fired for wearing the wrong color glasses.
Exactly. So
or for wearing, or if you're black, wearing a natural hairstyle.
Yep, or black wearing a natural hairstyle.
And say that you can't describe. Like, what?
And these were things that our unions, our strength of our unions, absolutely stopped happening. And the thing is, it was never more stronger in the 60s and 70s. And that's when the corporation said, no, 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 no. We can't be having this. And they start all the workers' rights and all the labor laws that were pushed. Because when you consistently look at the labor laws, and one of the interesting things I found, in fact, Mike and I had a discussion of it this weekend in Nanaimo, because we're like, he comes from Saskatchewan, which was one of the big union socialist at one time provinces in Canada. It was the home of Tommy Douglas. the father of our Canadian healthcare. Manitoba, another big union, big labor, right? We had the 1919 general strike there, right, to take back. Okay, now jump forward. And I moved to Nanaimo here in the 80s and 90s. I literally watch labor laws being broke, like as the kids are entering the workforce when they're 15, 16, right, while they're going to school. And they're coming back, well, I can't, well, I said, that's against the labor law. They can't do that. And in fact, my niece went around and tried to check into it because she was the one that was encountering it. Nobody was here to represent her, no ombudsman, no nothing. Who I said, well, just complain to the labor board. The thing is, what's happened is they've taken the teeth out of any of the regulatory commissions.
Yeah.
And they've done that in the US and in Canada. And they did it. The last one that they took the teeth out of was the Veterans Affairs. They took the total teeth out of there. And that was the one where people went, oh my God, you can't do that to vets. But the thing is, what people didn't realize is the erosion that had been happening in the general populace for everyone. And the thing is, the more that they do that, the more need there is for strong unions, because collectively bargaining, that poor person that decided, like Native decided to wear his natural braid or natural hair, you're black, needs a group of people. They need brothers and sisters within the union to help them. Whether you disagree or agree with how they rule their life, one thing you can support them on is their ability, their need to have a job and to be respected in that job. That's all it should matter.
You know what our country does? We're really good at it. We'll tell certain groups of people that we don't want our taxpayer dollars to support them. And then we'll turn around when they try to find jobs not to hire them.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
We are really good at that.
And then the thing is, when they're pushing right now, when he's saying, this is the part that people, it really drove me nuts when I was dealing with the right, and they were going, this America first. I said, do you understand that it's the corporations that made the decision to ship everything off? And they did. And the thing is, Trump was instrumental in starting is, yes, he will start bringing them back, but he'll start bringing them back with the lives and qualities of what was going on in those other countries that were allowing workers like children to work with subsistence wages. And that's the thing is, in literally as America and Canada and the Western nations devolve, i.e. our minimum wage and all of these non-worker supported employment, like, excuse me, if we had heard in the 70s that a worker was having to pee in a bottle because they weren't allowed a bathroom break, there would have been an uproar against Amazon. It would have been
like, we didn't do that. We would never say that. Listen, I worked for Amazon for 2 days. 2 days. And I was like, know what? No. No. I didn't see how anybody stays there a month, much less years. All right, really?
Yeah, but think about it. If you have people are willing to do just about anything when they're scared. And that's where I go back to my statement in regards to the right and the left. The thing is, they're really, when you look at the economic situation, which has created this huge division, and this is with the Lyndon B. Johnson quote and everything, is the fact is you have people scared. You have people afraid. They've got their $10 an hour job and they don't want to risk losing it for a nothing job. And when you have, like you said, you drive around and all these homeless people, how many people are thinking, I'm going to keep my mouth shut. I don't want to be out on the street.
Mhm.
I want to make sure I feed my family. And that's why people are doing it. How many times have you gotten to, even when we were kids, right? And you tell, well, why didn't you speak out? Well, I didn't want to get in trouble too. And the same mentality is happening now with people. Like, I don't think that election with Amazon was legitimate. I seriously question all the aspects of it, and knowing the power that Amazon has and the money it has, I question the efficacy.
I can only hope that they complete this investigation and
Yeah.
have actual facts to prove all the tricks and illegalities that Amazon pulled.
Oh, I got something to show you guys, and then we go back to our regular conversation. So I finally decided to do something I've been talking about for weeks and months, ever since you guys know me.
Oh, the hair again.
That is black hair dye.
Specifically made for your hair, so it's not gonna muck it up.
Yep. This is specifically made for African Americans.
Awesome.
This gray hair is going bye-bye.
You gonna let it go curly too?
No, not like hers. Hers is really, my hair is
Okay.
not that curly at all.
Oh, because I love the curls. Well,
Yeah, I
I'm
do
pre-
too, but my hair can't do that.
I'm prejudiced because my hair used to be tight curls.
This gray hair, it's gone. It's gone. It's going. About 3 boxes of this. 3. It's going, gone.
I
Going.
can't imagine
Oh.
dyeing my hair anymore. I couldn't.
I'm doing it because you guys are off the 24th, and that's when I have my photo shoot, and I don't want my gray hair show because I'm redoing the whole website.
Mm-hmm.
Whole website is going to be done different. The banner's going to be done different.
If it makes you happy, do it.
Yeah.
I used to color my hair all the time. I had to stop when my left arm became useless because it's kind of hard to do one-handed. But if it makes you feel good, do it.
No, I
Yeah.
just want to see what my hair looks like black one time.
Then
One time in my entire life, I want to see, oh, that's what it looked like.
I did myself platinum blonde once.
You will
Wow.
never see me do that.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was just, yeah. Well, what it was is they had screwed up. I used to dye my hair lots, right? And my girlfriend and I decided to do it at home. And I came out and I looked tiger striped. It was just horrible. So she went back to the salon and she goes, okay, this is her normal hair color. And this is where, and I turned, like this is what I turned her into, right? And, black and white stripes. So the girl goes, oh, you need to do this. Well, she came back and I don't know what we didn't have a clue what we were doing. Anyways, I came out electric white.
Yeah, that's my only fear about getting it. I'm like, maybe I should just buy some spray and just keep going spray.
Well, you got to do whatever's the healthiest. That's the thing is if you're going to do whatever makes you happy, but just make sure you're making a healthy decision because I know a lot of those products just strip the dickens out of your hair and your scalp and are not good. That's why, I know all those relaxers that people used to use just used to damage the hell out of their hair.
Oh, yeah, I haven't relaxed my hair in 15 years.
Yeah. Because my girlfriend used to relax her hair, and what was the last time? Literally, it was just breaking off in chunks.
I used to relax mine all the time too because I had
Now, when
tight
you relax your
curls.
hair,
But
it comes
until
out.
I met a woman, and we were just talking, and I loved her hair, and she says, "Yeah, I have to perm it constantly," and I said, "Why?" She said, "Because my hair is straight." She said, "I love your hair. Mine happened to be natural at the time." She said, "I pay a lot of money to get my hair to look like yours." That was about 30 years ago. I stopped straightening it after that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I used to.
As
I
a
used
matter
to
of fact,
pay
I
for
can't even
perming it.
remember. I can't remember the brand I used to use to color it, but it made my hair so much softer and
Yeah.
just
Like I said, I just wanted this one time for the photo shoot. I almost thought about buying a wig, and I was like, no.
Well, you should try a wig on first to see how you feel
Yeah.
about it.
You know how much wigs are?
What about those apps? What about those apps? My daughters used to play with it, where you could change your hair and change your eye color and all that stuff.
Yeah, I should do that.
yeah.
Yeah, there's those apps.
Yeah, because I'm like, I'm not gonna buy a wig. Them things are.
Well, you can try them on. You don't have to buy them.
I don't want to put my head in somebody else gonna put their head in.
Yeah, I agree with you, Tracy. Okay.
They do have a thing you can put on your head,
Oh yeah, that's true.
which makes the wigs go on easier.
Yeah, but like I said, one time I want to see what it looks like black.
You might just fall in love with it and keep
I know.
doing
Then
it.
I'd be like, oh, because
I loved it when I colored my hair,
cannot
especially
see.
because it made my hair not as coarse. It made it softer, and it moved more.
I can't stand my gray hair. I cannot stand it. I hate it. I hate it.
See, and I love your hair.
See, everybody else, "Hey, don't do it." I was like, I'm doing it. I saw.
Don't listen to any of us. I love your hair too, but you're the one who has to live with it.
Yep,
Do what makes you happy.
Yep, and
Yep.
I'm not. When some kid, are you 60? And I'm like, am I how old? How what you say, child? Broke my see, that's not funny to me. You're like, I'm not 55, 58, I'm 47. Broke my whole heart. All
My
of it.
sister just re-dyed. The funny thing is I told her to stop dyeing it when I stopped dyeing mine. No, I'm not going to do it. Well, now her hair is completely gray, so now she's completely dependent on dyes. So now she's going blonde and wondering why it doesn't look right. Well, maybe because you're not a natural blonde, even when you normal
Well,
hair.
Nina's not neither. And y'all was like, I like that blonde hair on Nina.
Mm-hmm.
I like that short hair on her. That's super short, no matter what color it is.
The
I think
what?
it couple the super short hair,
Oh, that Nina wears when she wears that. See, I
the real short. I think it really brings out her face.
Oh, Nina's?
Yeah.
yes.
Oh yeah. It just makes her she's got one of the she's so pretty though. You have to I think for the short hair, it's the same with like when women go bald. You have to have the
Yeah.
most perfect features. I had somebody try to
Exactly.
talk me into that, and I said I would look like a bowling ball.
Yeah,
You know what I?
Yeah,
You know what
there. One,
I
two,
would be.
three.
I have a problem with cysts
Mhm.
all over my body. I have had dozens of them removed. I've had probably 6 or 7 removed from my head, and I have 3 on my head right now. I could just see me bald with a lump here, a lump there, a lump here.
you know what? I really don't. I like Ayanna Presley without that wig on her head.
Oh,
Oh, I
what a difference!
know.
Ain't
Oh
that
Oh,
my
wig
God,
on your head?
that wig was horrible.
she looks
Bald.
like a goddess without that wig.
Does she? I'm like,
She's
you look way better with that.
Oh,
she's
totally.
stunning. There's also something, just like with Nina with the short hair, Ayanna with the bald head. There's something powerful about it.
Isn't it though? I'm like, yeah, because I'm like, actually, I'm not caught up in her looks because they're both attractive women. But I'm like listening. Well, maybe I'm listening to what they're saying because they're saying what I like to hear. But they're not. Yeah, they just. I just couldn't stand that. I'm like, girl, take that thing off your head. Go away.
Who was that tall black model actress? She was in Conan. She was absolutely stunning, and she was always bald.
Imam,
Jones.
Imam.
No, not Amon. Amon
Grace
was a
Jones.
goddess. Pardon?
It's Grace Jones.
Yes. Now she looked powerful in itself, bald. Like it was just like, and she was one of actually, I think, the first women that we saw coming out completely bald was Grace Jones. I don't remember seeing anybody of any persuasion coming out with that color before. Like just being completely bald, and she just carried it like just. But Amon would look good with in anything. She's got to be the most beautiful woman in the world. I'm sorry, but that's my opinion.
Yeah, but you gotta have perfect features. Like I got an oblong head. I'm like I'm tall here and short here and there is no way I'm cutting off all my hair. Nope.
It'll be interesting to see it, but I'd like to see it before you did it because I really like your hair.
I'm only doing it for the photo shoot. Like I said, I just want to see. It'll last. They said like 3 weeks. So
Okay, cool.
But one.
So try her out.
Yeah.
Hey, you're talking.
I bet you get hooked. I bet you get hooked.
I do too. I'd be like, oh, I really like this.
I have literally known people for when I was younger in my 20s who said to me, "What is your natural hair color?" That's how much I used to dye it. They didn't have a clue.
People come, how much did you pay to get that done? Lady, are you serious? I was born this way.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. People would pay to do exactly what you have with your hair.
Nobody would say, dye my hair gray and put a little sprinkle of black in there.
Well, when I took Michael, when he moved here to Nanaimo, and I took him to my hairstylist to get his haircut because he didn't have anybody here, and Lori didn't know him, right? And she thought he, because he was, high level businessman. So she goes, "Oh, who put the streaks in your hair?" Michael has the white hair, and Michael, what? He was so thoroughly. I earned those.
I'm like, what lady? Didn't nobody do this? I just kind of was born this way.
Hmm.
It's annoying.
It's annoying.
Yeah, like the whole front part is just like slap.
I had a couple girlfriends that I went to high school with that had hair like that. That went. I remember Lori went like that. She got the white in her hair. I think it must have been puberty. When we were like 14 or 15, she went whiter and whiter, like, and she had black hair and the white. And then I think by grad, she got almost completely gray, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, now that's another thing I was considering doing for a photo shoot was dyeing all my hair just like total gray. Then I said, oh, you ain't got to buy nothing. You already there. Girl, what you buying gray for? You there.
No, the only thing I think I do next is if I decide to cut it. And that'll be. Yeah.
No, it took me years to get my hair this length. Nope, it's not getting cut. A trim, but not a cut. Nope. Nope.
Well, mine's now longer than my hand length.
Yeah.
So when I work in the garden, I've literally had my hair, like I've been digging, and then I go to move back and my hair is partially buried in the compost, which is not a nice thing.
I'm going to show you guys a picture of me when I was in high school. Look at all
the cool
black hair I had. I'm like, wait a minute. Boy, I mean, I had black hair. And I'm like, it used to be black.
Class of 93. Oh my God.
I was already on my second baby.
I'm so old.
Yeah.
Or is it on my page? Well, I mean, I was like, oh, I used to have black hair. I saw this picture of me and I was like, this is what I wanted to look like, beautician lady. Because that's what we call hairstyles. We like beauticians. Because I'm black, that's what we call them.
Beauticians?
Yep. Photos. See, there I had some gray hair, but it wasn't. Okay. It's coming up.
I think it's all in the style and the cut. If you have a good cut, you can pretty much have any color.
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
No, you can't. I would look stupid as a blonde. I'd be like, girl, sit down somewhere.
Well, if it had the right cut, I'm a firm believer in haircuts because I've seen some pretty bad ones in my lifetime.
Everybody loves this picture of me, and I can't.
I do.
That's beautiful. You're beautiful.
That's a stunner.
Yeah. Your mouth to no man's ears.
In other words, Kat, our opinions don't mean shit to her.
Well, the fact that I'm bi, it should matter. See, I find you terribly attractive.
Girl, bye, ain't.
Oh, I love this picture.
Sorry, Kat, but she doesn't do that to me.
This one, the middle one with you and that girl, that is a gorgeous picture, Tracy.
Girl, stop. Ain't nobody. That's how my hair used to be this short.
Is that Seymour in there?
No, that's my dad, but that's my hair.
I like that haircut on you. You look really cute.
I look really.
Nah, I don't like it.
Yeah, me neither, Mickey. I can't.
I think she looks really cute.
That's my mom. People. Where is this picture of me? I was in high school and I was just in the prom. I know it's here. I got a
I
bunch.
hate trying to find pictures on Facebook. I can spend an hour doing it and then I'll go and click on
Yep.
something else and then, oh, well, there it is after I give up.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, I know it's here though, because I got tagged. I got a lot of the same pictures too. Because people be tagging me and I'm like, okay, stop. I put that up every Thanksgiving. Let's see. Yep, my hair used to be that short too. I was like, I know these pictures are here. It was me in a purple dress, and my hair was extremely short, but it was black. I know it's here. I'm gonna find this before I let y'all go, period. Y'all ain't going nowhere till I find this picture.
Oh God.
Okay, I'm gonna find that picture of me blonde.
Yep. Yeah, audience,
It's an
y'all can.
old-fashioned thing called an album.
Where is this at? What? Yeah, you can tell I'm a big, huge football fan because I got all these pictures up. Okay. Okay. I know. See, I got like 4 or 5 pictures of my niece. I'm like, that's me as a baby.
Oh my God. Make it bigger. You're adorable.
Look how fat I am, though. Don't I look like a 2-year-old on this picture?
No. You look like you have a lot of hair for your age.
That was me a couple hours after I was born.
Oh,
A lot of hair.
you're cute.
Yeah,
You look like you're giving somebody the look.
that's me when I was a baby.
Adorable.
Fat. I was a chunky old kid.
No.
Big chunk of a kid. There's my niece again. That's me as a little bitty girl.
Well, who's this in this blonde shirt here? A white shirt.
Oh, that's me. Okay. This is a picture where I had a little less gray hair. This is me at 27.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the little amount of gray hair that I don't have. Look at that. Do you see any bit of gray hair in there?
So was this dyed or was this natural?
No, that's what I looked like at 27 with no color in my hair. I had a little speck of gray hair at the edges.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's just like all over.
I know you don't want to hear this, Tracy, but my hair didn't start turning gray until my late 50s.
Yeah, I know. And I'm not even close. Well, I'm 3 years away from 50.
Well, what am I now? I'm 58, right? As of last month. So I've gotten pretty much none there. Got lots there. And lots on this side. But
Mine started first right here turned gray. And then it went across the front. And then
Yeah.
it slowly went back like this.
Yeah,
And
so I've got it
the
the widow's
last-
peaks.
I've been cutting mine a lot lately. It's still somewhat long-ish. The last half is still dark brown.
You see, I thought mine was going to be grayer once I start, like that picture of me that I posted. That was taken the last year I was working, and I was still cutting my hair then, and getting probably highlights in it. And that was probably my last haircut, real haircut. I think I'm going to let Mike cut it. My Mike. Does he ever cut hair good? Seriously, he came down one day. And I went, because I was all shocked because his hair was all done. and it looked beautiful, right? The feathering, because Michael has poker stripe
Oh,
hair. Like,
here's
okay.
another picture of me when I
Oh,
was
is it? Oh, I
look
like
at
that. Very expressive as a child. First with that eye look, and this one, Miss Surprise.
wow.
That's me more. Now that's more me what I look like. Like I can tell that's me.
You is cute.
I was not.
Yes, you were.
Girl, I look like I cannot. Watch me find the picture like after y'all leave. Like there it is, right there.
Yeah, you will. That's the way
Well,
these things work.
you can send it to us, you know.
Yeah, I know. Oh, here it is. It's me in high school. I had like all that black hair. Yeah, but yeah, that's a recent one. Yeah, y'all can pretty much tell that's recent. Look at all that. Look at all that. Look at all of that. Just all of that. It's horrible. Horrible. When I was on a conference call, some guy was like, I don't know how old you are in the 60s. I'm like, in the 60s? What? Man, I wasn't even around in the 60s. What are you talking about? It's like, I don't know how old you are. I'm like, I wasn't born until 1974. Oh.
My God.
Hey man, don't do that to me. Tired of this. So,
I'm proud of being half a century. I think that I
But
was
when
so
you're
I thought that
not-
was so cool. I could
But
say
when
I'm half
you're-
a century.
I'm not thrilled to be approaching 3/4 of one, though.
I think that's friggin' cool.
yes, if I were closer to those ages, that'd be fine. I'm like, dude, how old you? This man thought I was born in the 60s, which would make me what?
My age.
Yeah, I'm like, no, wait a minute, hold on, bro. Wait a minute. Look at my face. It looks younger than my hair. Look at my face. It looks younger than my hair. So, yeah. So, I forgot what next week's topic is going to be, but it's going to be interesting. I know that much. And sorry, Kat, I used your name on that, Dr.
Oh
Barbara.
no, go right ahead. I can
see Kat going across the TV, and I was like, K-A-T. And I just typed her whole email. I'm like, oops, I better tell her I'm doing this. I mean, literally, I was like filling it out. And I'm like, okay, respond. So, and if you got, before I let you guys go, because I got to cook dinner, if you guys can think of a guest that we can have on that's female, of course, let me know.
Yeah, I was gonna actually see about getting Frida. I'll send you a video. I want to see if I go because I really with the Unistaten camp up north, and one of our matriarchs is get one of our female elders or to speak or something. I was gonna see about that if I could get
Yeah, because I was in contact with that lady I was talking about, Odessa Kelly.
Yeah.
Her campaign manager mailed me, but then when the controversy came this splattered, I haven't heard back.
I'm going to have to look her up.
Yeah, because I'm like, what she was saying, I'm like, okay, because who she's running against, he's garbage. He is garbage. So I'm like, and I think he founded a group. What was it called? Bridge Builders or some I want to work at a bipartisan manner type of blah 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 group. Like, boy, go away.
Oh,
in other words,
she's a,
bullshit.
Yeah,
she's a young woman.
Yeah, she's a young woman. But she's
Good.
primary. I can't think of what his name is.
Tennessee.
Yeah, from Tennessee, and I'm like, dude, you are garbage.
Jim Cooper.
Oh yeah, that's his name. I was reading about him. I'm like, dude, I should just move down to Tennessee just to vote for her, to vote against you. That's how I feel about Nina. I want to move to Ohio's 11th district, just vote there, and then come right back to Indiana.
I'll tell you what, rent a big house with lots of bedrooms and we'll all move in for however long it takes to establish residency. Get a couple dozen of us at least, and we'll all move in and bunk together and have pajama party. Oh, by the way, your pajama party invite.
Yeah.
You realize I'm still not a member of Progressive Queen.
It shows that you were already a member. I was like,
No, Michelina is. I'm not.
well, let me go ahead and add you. 'Cause I'm sitting there like, oh, she's got to be a member because
No,
oh, I'm gonna do it now. I'm doing it now.
I'm beginning to get paranoid about this. You know, Tracy. I'm beginning to wonder.
Progressive Queens. Let me go here to invite.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. MICKIE.
KIE.
What? Well, I'm gonna show you just what it's showing me. I'm gonna show you just what it's showing me when I tried to do this. Hold on.
Was it Fuckerberg saying "fuck Mickey"?
No.
He does have a hard on for you.
Oh
Look,
boy, does he ever!
look where it says already a member.
Why is it grayed out?
Because you're already a member.
Why am I not listed there? Why was I not invited? Why?
Girl, I
Yeah.
don't know. That's what I kept telling him. Like, I can't add you. You already there. That's exactly the message I'm getting. And you can post on the group. You got to be a member because you're posting in the group. See? There you are right there. So you're in the group. I don't know why you're not getting. Let me go here. Let's see. I'll try it this way. See, I already invited you. Right there. So I don't know what's going on, but you, girl, you already invited. That's why I was like, I can't invite you. You already there.
Wonder if you're not getting stuff again, Mickey.
Yeah, because I'm like, something's going
Yeah, that could be.
Because I definitely said, no, wait a minute. When you said that, I'm like, no, she's already a member. That's why I showed you. I was like, nope. See, look. See, look. So, yep. But like I said, if you
I just tried to look at members, and you know what it told me? Only this is a private group. Only members can search for.
send the invitation. I bet you it'll tell you because on my side it says you're already a member.
Wow. Unfucking real.
Yep. So guys, because I gotta eat at a certain time, I'm gonna have to cut this.
Did you notice on that pajama party invite it lists members' names and mine isn't on there?
Yeah, but when I tried to see, you saw when I tried to add you, it said
Yeah,
add it, so I can't.
I know.
You. That's why I was like, well, shoot.
But I can't search members because I'm not a member.
And you see that you're already a member.
Yep.
So I can't add you. But you know,
I'm guessing Kat is right that it's just Fuckerberg fucking with me
He
as
does
usual.
like you.
okay, so I'm gonna put this in the group chat so you'll at least have it, and then you can add it. Cause I'm like, I don't know what else to do. I don't know what to do. I'm like,
Do you mind
some of this stuff is glitchy. I found since I got in trouble with Facebook the last time, everything seems to be glitchy now.
Oh yeah.
Like more so than I've ever encountered. It just seems that there's a whole bunch of screwing around with my basic functions.
Oh yeah, definitely.
mm-hmm.
Well, that thing I said about yeah, not getting notifications. That's been going on. That's been going on for a lot of months. Now I don't get a notification from any of my groups that anybody posted in them.
See,
But
I
keep
get
in
I get some from some. Like I get my gardening groups now, but I'm not getting my political groups. And like that to me is a definite like, okay, so why am I am moderator of the group and I'm still not getting notifications. Like for the
Yep.
TYT Dragon Squad, I get very few notifications now. TYT Army, I get very few notifications. TYT Rocks, I get very few.
Really,
If,
there's a
if
TYT
any.
box?
But my gardening groups, not a problem. Tons.
Wow.
So tell me that there's something, but like who's to say? Maybe I'm clicking more on gardening now. I haven't because I've been standing back from it. I haven't been using my analyst brain on it a lot, but I know with Michael, who's active because he's doing that stuff with the Grabby Ridge Farm and his technical stuff that he's building, like the 3D and stuff. He's finding challenges, and for Michael to find challenges is it just not because he of course will dig in deep and find out why. And no, it's the whole it and it's weird things like I bought him a pair of microscopic glasses because his eyes are getting old to do some of his work. Okay, he hasn't put on his laptop for months, right? Used his laptop. He puts on his laptop, doesn't activate anything. He's actually staring at his other screens, right? And he's got his laptop sitting off to the side of him. As that is happening, all of a sudden, the exact microscopic glasses I got him, like those specialty glasses with all those lenses,
Oh, stop.
an ad
Wait a minute.
comes up right on his other computer. So tell me that camera on that laptop did not trigger that response.
Well, look,
Because
when
he
I
watched
bought,
it happen live. He literally watched it happen live.
when I bought my laptop, I wasn't on Facebook. I did my search with Google to find laptops, see which ones I wanted to buy.
Yeah.
Immediately after I bought it, Facebook started sending me laptop ads.
And you didn't buy it
That's
through
the same thing
Facebook, nothing. And they're picking up. This is what they're picking up so much of our data now and feeding it and creating. Like right now, the really big push that Mike and I are encountering, and they're grinding our systems, is we refuse to cloud anything. Like not happening.
no.
Not on we have servers for that purpose. We don't need yours, thank you. If we can fill up terabyte servers, then we need to get outside.
I'm saving everything. I have an external hard drive, and I save everything to that.
Exactly. Like nothing goes to the cloud. But the thing is, it doesn't matter.
Because I went to Walmart. I went to Walmart and I bought a sewing machine.
Yeah.
Then I get on Facebook. I bought the sewing machine on my computer. But then when I went to my phone on Facebook, I'm like, well, okay, because I use two completely different devices. Like, how are sewing machine, just like with the crocheting thing, I bought some stuff at the store because I want to learn how to crochet. Why is YouTube like giving me crochet ads now? I'm like, huh?
They all sell your info. Look at that thing with Facebook when they locked me out and deleted me. When the list of things I sent it to you that they wanted for proof of, like your driver's license, your birth certificate, your pass, all the shit you never were supposed to share. When I went and looked at the rules about that, it specifically said we will not share your information on Facebook or with your Facebook friends. That's it. What about the rest of the world?
Yep. Yeah, it was specifically worded, and that's the thing is they're selling the data, and that's what's ticking Mike and I off, because of course being in the IT business like years, and like Michael was in the IT business before there was even an IT business, and all the different things and hoops we had to jump through and all the different regulations and the security. Like literally, I have had data where I had carried the original documentation around for 10 years before I could legally destroy it, but couldn't load it into any other system because of the privacy requirements. But now everybody's selling their data. And
Well,
you
you
know
know, when
what?
I when
And it's also not just data and what you're doing and what you're typing. And I can tell you that, okay, the camera business with Mike, and then Mike and I had a fight the couple weeks ago landscaping issue and got really bitchy at each other for a couple hours there. Okay, freak me out. I log on. The next thing I got is family counseling ads popping up on my stream. I just went, like, when I told Mike that he's going, you're kidding me. And I went, no. And like,
Like, did you
our computers
apologize?
weren't on.
Did you apologize?
We both had to apologize. We're
Well,
both
that's good.
assholes.
I'm just joking, but I'm like,
No, we are so much alike. It's very frustrating at times.
you know,
Dealing with myself.
it might sound paranoid, but I keep a piece of tape over my camera at all times.
Well, before I started doing this, I had
Mhm.
one of the happy face stickers that I had for the kid. Well, because I like happy faces, and I put it right over the camera thing.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't believe how many apps did not like that. Like, this is the first time
yeah,
since
y'all
we
got me
started
scared. I'm
Tracy
like,
that
This is the only thing I uncover it
Right
for.
out.
It's the only thing I uncover it for. I keep it covered at all times.
Yep. Yeah, but the freaking thing, but that my laptop React, like Mike and I, it was sitting closed on my art desk, like across the room. Michael's is upstairs. The only thing on was like the TV you see behind you. And like I said, we had an argument, and it was a long one because it was a couple hours long. And then the weirdest thing is to open up your computer the next day and see, and like nobody, like literally start family counseling, start coming to screen in my stream. And I'm going, what the hell? Legal mediation services. What? Like,
Well, you know,
okay,
when
this
I
is
that's
good.
about
when I
it.
got that thing from Facebook, I thought about it for a long time, and I decided, okay, I'll give them my driver's license. What do they need? They need my picture, they need my full name, and they need my address. Those were available online or in any phone book. So I
Yeah.
covered up all the other information. Initially, they rejected it. They said because the first names didn't match, and I was pissed. Figured I had nothing to lose at that point. And I
People
said,
use all
and
kinds of
well,
names
I
on
said, well,
Facebook.
they've got my picture, they've got my address, they've got my last name. I finally was so pissed. I figured I wasn't getting back on anyway. And I said, if your goddamn robots are too stupid to figure out that Mickey is a shortening of the name Michelina, then I don't need to be on fucking Facebook. I was pissed.
Yeah.
Within a week, they let me back on. They didn't tell me, but they let me back on.
I think we figured out you were on. We were like, okay, look.
Yeah, there was because first it wasn't, and then you came back on. I think, yeah, you or Talisha tried to send her something, didn't you, Tracy? And then you saw she came back up.
I was like, you're right
Before that,
there.
you couldn't
Yeah.
search her. You searched her and got nothing.
Yeah.
And then
No, you got my thing from when I first joined, when they first started 15, 16
that
years
was
ago,
freaky.
that I deleted. I had belonged to maybe 5 or 6 years, then said I'd had enough of it, so I deleted it and said, okay, I'm done with Facebook. You got that up.
That old picture
That-
of you.
Yeah.
That turned my stomach.
That was freaky. That was
Yeah.
Yep.
no.
Hey,
I know. And you know what? And they're starting. My girlfriend, well, Claire, who's moving here, somebody started, all of a sudden all these messages went out. Well, Claire just lost Jeff in the last while, right? And all of a sudden she's getting, somehow an Instagram account has gotten activated in her name and sending out messages. Because
Oh
I
my
said, because I
God.
was talking to her on the phone a few weeks ago, and I said, well, this is what I got in my messenger. And then I looked into it actually this week because I was trying to figure out what's going on with Facebook. And then I realized, no, it's an Instagram account. Somehow an Instagram, and it has their wedding picture. It has their wedding picture.
Has she notified them of this?
Well, I got to get back to her. And right now she's in the process of doing a bunch of things, but I got to touch base with her and say, now I've tracked it back to Instagram. Somehow an Instagram account has been started in your name.
That's scary. That's scary. That's dangerous.
And like personal pictures, like their wedding picture, not cool. Not cool at all. Especially now.
Scary. I'm like, we need to go back to flip phones. Oh.
Well, it's just it like you know, if you're willing to do it, like if I had my camera open and my mic open all the time, I would say, you know what, I've opened myself to this,
Mhm.
right? But because of what I used to do for a living, no, I know better than that, and I have to close everything
Yeah,
down, right?
sitting there thinking, you buy a sewing machine, you get in an argument with your significant other, not even taping it, and here you now all of a sudden see all that's
Well, and like Michael,
right.
not even going near his laptop, like flipping it open because I can't remember why he decided he needed a laptop. It doesn't like he's got 5 computers in front of him anyways, but he decided to. And then he puts on those glasses because he was waiting for something to happen. He had the circuit board in front of him, and then all of a sudden he looks up, and on his stream is an advertisement for those glasses, the exact same glasses I had already bought him.
Yeah, and
So
I'm
tell
just
me that they didn't get that from the camera on his laptop. Because he doesn't have it. Does I have his camera that he used to have in front of him.
Yeah,
To
so
do this show.
yeah,
No, that to me is free. That to me is that's at a level of
right,
invasive.
I think that should be next week's topic.
Yeah.
I
What
really
you?
do.
Oh, data security. Oh,
Data security. That's a good topic because that's so prevalent. You don't even think about it because you're just out here, you're surfing or whatever. Wow.
it's it. Well, do you remember that case, Mickey? I think you and I were already talking with all those people getting those eye watches and eye fits, and then they realized that it was actually disclosing the locations of the military people
Yep.
because they were wearing the eye fits when they were exercising around the bases.
Oh heck no.
Yeah, so it literally what became public is where they were located, how many troops were in the base, and what their level of fitness was, because their iFit information was being loaded up to a cloud that was publicly available for
Yeah, I
everybody,
think that should be.
and it was on a global map, literally.
You know something? Since I got my VPN, I
Uh-huh.
have to turn it off constantly because the websites that I used to go to all the time
Refuse to
won't
let
let
you
me.
go on.
Yep.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
if they can't if they can't track you, they don't want you.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why I
that's
have
exactly.
that's why I have all those things I do, Mick.
Yep.
That's the only way I can do it. Like I'm listed as the UK, Canada, US. I think I've got a listing. They don't like it. They
Mhm.
it bugs them because they truly,
Well, even Facebook is now not allowing a VPN.
yeah.
Well, hey guys,
That might be why I'm having so much trouble with because my laptop is locked tighter than than my house computer.
hey guys, it's 8:00 and I haven't ate yet.
Oh, cool.
Me
You gotta
either.
eat, girl.
I gotta go eat.
Mhm.
But I'll y'all know the routine. I'll go in and find out where Cat dropped that F-bomb, delete it out. But you all
Yeah.
get the full episode.
You know,
Okay, let me change. Okay, are
Tracy,
we doing the goodbye now? Or are we?
No,
wait
we
a minute,
did it.
Tracy.
Oh, okay,
Tra-
okay. I just
Tracy,
wanted to change the backdrop. If we
how about-
didn't
how
say
about we-
anything.
Tracy, why not once in a while open up the room without taping it so we can just get together for an hour and shoot the shit?
Say that idea one more time. I don't think I understood it.
Okay, I'm not
we
sure.
could get together for a tea party.
Yeah,
You
just
mean
get
like
together.
the pajama party that we're having in May?
Yeah, but I mean, just without the big pajama party stuff. Just open the room for an hour so we can get together and shoot the shit. Just
Like
visit.
we're doing now.
Yeah, but not not
instead of
taping
doing
it.
all the Texas.
Not taping it. Just get together and shoot the shit.
We could do that.
Yeah,
We could
I'd
do
really like to see Talisha's face
yeah. I miss
Yeah.
her.
Yep.
and make sure she's all okay. I
Well,
want to
she
hear
said
her
she's
breathing.
sore, and I get my second vaccine shot Tuesday. Tuesday.
I haven't got any.
What? Okay. Yep.
I know. I'm scared. I have to admit I'm scared because I'm
Yep.
scared because I already got the bug once and I'm scared and it's so stupid and I know it's stupid, but I'm scared because if I get
just
sick
kept
like that
thinking,
again.
Yeah, I
I
kept
don't
thinking,
know
girl,
how
you got
long.
diabetes and you black. You better go ahead and get that vaccine while it's getting. And I said, that's it. And when my sister got COVID, I said, okay, that's it. I'm going to get it.
Yeah.
That's what really tipped me over. But yeah.
And the thing is, up until a week ago, I couldn't get it. At 72,
She couldn't get it.
with 4 autoimmune disorders at 72 years
Yeah, she
old.
couldn't get it, and I was like, I don't think I want it. But yeah, like I said, it's past my time where I know I got to eat before I start getting wheezy. So I got to go cook
Okay.
my dinner. But I'll connect with you guys on the messenger later on.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
okay. We got to get our own Zoom, Mickey.
What?
It's $14.99 a month.
What?
It's
Well, what we-
$14.99 a month. That's what I pay for this.
Okay, I'll have to
Didn't you
think
tell
about-
me like you can do it for like a half hour for free?
Half hour, but they will cut you off. They will just be like, it's 30 minutes.
That's okay. Well, what we could plan for it. I'll go on for 29 minutes, and then Kat will immediately open a room for 29 more minutes, and we get an hour.
Wow.
There we go.
Y'all deep. Okay. We're going to talk.
I can't believe we stoned and totally forget, Mickey.
We're going to talk in the chat room about that one.
Yeah.
I'll see you guys later.
Bye.
Bye.